Ready for the show? I'm ready to start.
10, 9, ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11. Tower cleared. Roger, roll.
First time on Earth, there is a technological intelligence reaching for the stars.
Ease yourself back into consciousness, back into consciousness.
Well, greetings my friends from all over the world, this solar system, this galaxy, the neighboring galaxies like Andromeda, our universe and our multiverse. Whatever being in whatever dimension is listening, I want to welcome all beings to ET First Contact Radio, and I have 3 amazing guests tonight, and actually it's a panel, because there's no hierarchy in our belief system. Actually we don't have a belief system because we are all one. So, first of all we have Joseph Marra. Dr. Joseph Marra is my friend since a couple of years already, and he has been on the show for many times. So say hi, Joseph, if you hear what I say and if people can hear you.
Hey Maarten, how's it going?
It's going good. So far so good. So welcome, Joseph. Now my honored guest and shaman where I'm connected to since a long time is Tolec. From where are you, Tolec?
The United States. I've spent many years in the Southwest Desert. And guten Tag, Martin.
Guten Tag is German. Guten Tag. Guten Dag in Dutch. Guten Dag.
Ah, okay. Thank you for the correction.
Welcome to the show, Tolec.
So the G is silent in Dutch?
No, the G is Guten Dag is very strong. It's like Hebrew.
Okay. Guten Dag.
Guten Dag. Yeah,
got it.
Goedemiddag, goedenavond, goedenacht.
Okay. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure to have you on the show, my dear friend. Right, and our most honored guest is, of course, nobody else than Dan Brock. And Dan Brock,
you're so generous in saying that.
Last but not least, I can hear you clearly and loudly and crispy, Dan.
Excellent, thank you.
So
I am honored to be here.
It's my honor as well, and I think from all the listeners. Hey Dan, what is your background?
Well, I have a fairly diverse background. I have educated in mechanical engineering, worked as a nuclear engineer, an environmental engineer, and I had a lifelong interest in filmmaking, and I sort of made a segue from engineering into filmmaking. Was working in education. I've worked in mainstream filmmaking in Hollywood for a few years, but I have come back to education, and I now work at a film school supporting the students and faculty in the creation of their films, and helping the students sort of mind the gap that they have between their knowledge of what they're trying to do and what they're capable of doing.
Interesting.
So I'm very engaged in that.
And
education is a
yes, and I wrote on the I read on the Andromeda Council that you were involved in Interstellar.
Yes, I am. This has been an important opening in my life, beginning a number of years ago, especially I'd say about 11, 12 years ago. I began connecting with my higher self. I didn't recognize it necessarily at the time, but I began listening to that inner voice and began a process of learning techniques for connecting with the non-physical and that broader aspect of who we are in the larger reality.
Now, wonderful. Okay, so now I want to go back to Joseph. Now, Joseph, since you initiated this call, why don't you ask Tolec a question?
Well, I guess, what's really big right now with the world is the Earth changes, and Mother Earth is moving around and about, and there's a lot of earthquakes, there's a lot of volcanoes going on. I know that Tolec and I have had many, many discussions over the years of his contacts, mine, and once I got in touch with my multidimensional self, I was aware that I had a connection. Initially, it was the Syrians, and then it was mantis beings, and then there was the Andromedans, and more recently, it's the Arcturians. But to Tolec specifically, I would like maybe what his personal opinion is with the Earth movement and changes that we've been recently having, and also maybe he could enlighten us on if he's getting anything from the Andromedans at this time.
Sure. For everybody that's listening, I hope that you pay close attention to what I'm about to say. And I talked about this briefly in a prior interview, but back to late 2010 and May of 2011, when I first was prompted and guided to develop and produce and make live the Andromeda Council website because of recent contact I was having. My specific reference right now is to the fact that I was learning, among other material that I was learning from them, that this planet would go through some significant changes, significant Earth changes, on its way to becoming a higher dimensional world. And I'm referencing what I was seeing back then on the USGS website, on the website that tracks earthquakes over in Europe. And the numbers are actually far bigger today than I realized. If anyone is interested, go to http://earthquake.usgs.gov/earthquakes/map. And there's a little symbol, a little icon in the upper right-hand corner, and it looks like a bicycle gear. If you click on it, then you'll see a whole bunch of options that you can choose. Click on the option for 7 days, all magnitudes worldwide. And once you choose to do that, for those folks that have web access, you will see essentially the whole ring of fire lit up, pretty much from the tip of South America all the way through the western coast of the U.S., up into Alaska, down through Japan, Asia, down through Indonesia, down through Australia. Now, as I was referencing, back in 2011, I think we were seeing maybe a 10th or an 11th, at best, of what we're seeing today. The level of earthquakes that we're seeing is unprecedented. And I'm bringing it up simply because it is evidence that this planet is going through and continues to go through the kind of earth changes that my Andromeda Council people have told me we would be having. We had a Chile, an earthquake, which were followed by which followed a major volcano going off in Calbuco, Chile, back about a month ago. A lot of people have seen it. It's spewed a lot of ash into the air. Shortly after that, there were 2 earthquakes in Nepal. these are just some evidences of what's going on in terms of Earth changes. Certainly in the past year, I think we now have 2 islands out in the Pacific that have been created because of all volcanic activity. Dan, I know that you're close to my age. Joe, you're a little bit younger, but I can tell you guys, and you can either comment or not, as a kid in grammar school or high school, we never ever heard of this kind of activity. I mean, even if you look just at the U.S. alone, the level and magnitude and numbers of earthquakes are like we've never seen in our lifetime. And it's just, I'm bringing it to the table because, at least based on what I was told from my Andromeda Council contact people, this is specific evidence that speaks to the coming higher dimensional shift of our world. And that's my kind of opening statement. I'll throw it up to you guys to comment.
Dan, would you like to come in on that?
Sure, I can comment a number of different things. You know, the fascinating thing about this time that we're going through and the specific sort of Earth activities that Tolec has identified is there are other things that are going on across the planet that seem to herald a transition, a transformation, a change that we're heading for very rapidly. There's been a lot of talk about the issues over the last few years of the Earth's pole changing, possible flipping of the magnetic pole from north to south to north. And there's been a lot of work that people have been doing investigating that. One of the most interesting things is that the North Pole, or the magnetic north, has swung what seems to be a maximum distance away from the North Pole and is now dynamically moving back to the actual physical North Pole. And in the process of doing that, what is going on, at least from my understanding of what's going on, is the entire dynamic of the Earth core dynamo is shifting. That movement and alignment of magnetic north with physical north is basically saying that the magnetic dynamo at the core of the Earth is beginning to turn and beginning to shift, and there are changes that are going on. Recently, there's been a lot of discussion about this as it might relate to certain experiences people were having with localized booms or loud sounds that are heard, and then vibrations that are felt. And there's an investigator named Linda Moulton Howe who has done a lot of investigation into this. She has a website called earthfiles.com.
Right.
And she also does a weekly program it's monthly, on Coast to Coast, where she does an update on all of the different topics that she's been covering and any new issues or experiences, events that she feels important to bring out to the public. So it's a place where you can go to get some alternative news, but specifically she's been investigating for a while, for a number of years now, these mysterious booms and sounds and vibrations that people are feeling that are very localized. On one of her recent presentations that she did, where she interviewed a gentleman who remained anonymous but said that the group of scientists that he's working with were looking into this phenomena. What they're believing is that there is a change that's happening at the core, and pieces of the inner core of the Earth are actually transitioning. They're changing. This is creating vibrations that rise through the Earth and manifest through a transformation of basically ultrasound, not ultrasound, it's infrasound, manifest through the crust of the Earth, and you experience the creation of these micro sonic experiences and vibrations. And people all over the United States and different parts of the world are experiencing these. And she has information about maps showing the location of some of these, and sometimes there's huge clusters of them. So
Right.
the scientists are believing now is that there is, some of them are believing that there is a relationship between what they have observed through their scientific data is going on in the core of the Earth, the relationship with the movement of the pole, and these infrasound translations of that changing energy coming to the surface of the Earth. So just from a human experience standpoint, we certainly have the things that we can easily identify in terms of what we recognize. But now we're beginning, such as earthquakes, volcanoes, temperature changes. But now we have some scientists that are beginning to acknowledge there is something going on. There's something happening at the Earth's core.
Right.
So this is, I'll defer now and let you guys continue on. But there's a lot of things going out there that are confirming the Earth is going through a change. And from the information that I've come through my non-physical work and in my communication with Tolec about his experiences and the information that has been coming through to him, there is a lot going on here that's affecting the Earth and affecting humankind, every place on the globe.
Yeah, and you know what's so funny about that, Dan, is well, like Tolec said earlier, like in our lifetimes, I haven't read anywhere in history where these sounds have been documented or anything like that. Have you guys? Have you ever witnessed this in your own lifetime, let alone researched and found that there is these? And I'll tell you what. Before you answer that, I was a couple years ago. I was guided to go. I was researching vortexes, and so of course I've been to Sedona a few times. And there was this one in Oklahoma called the 40-foot hole. And when I was there, I was drawn there to meditate and to kind of balance the Earth. And while I was there, I actually got to witness what you're talking about. And it was so loud, I was looking in the sky to see where this was coming from, because it sounded like a metallic, the best way I could describe it was like a trumpet sounding, but it was more metallic. It's almost like a electric guitar compared to a 6-string acoustic guitar. It was metallic-like. And so, but I have never heard anything like that in my whole life, and it was just eerie. I was looking around like, in the Bible, the first thing that popped up was the trumpets will sound or something like that, and I'm just like, this is really weird.
This is very interesting to hear. The first person I've talked to that has physically or personally experienced the vibrations, the sounds, the different frequencies, and then having an experience of it, the human experience of it, trying to identify it or give some meaning to it. You're the first person I've talked to that's actually experienced it. I'm here in Tucson, Arizona, and we've had some of these events occur in and around the Tucson area, and nowhere close to where I've been, within 20 or 30 miles, but it's been around this area. So that is quite fascinating, and what you're saying exactly corroborates the information provided by Linda Moulton Howe in her various interviews and reports that she's done with people all over the world about these experiences where they hear a sound that's unbelievably loud. Their home shakes, the windows break, they go outside and they see nothing. And there is no evidence of anything that is there that has caused, this huge sonic event. Then all of the reports that come back from the military about aircraft don't show that it is not sonic booms. The USGS says in these areas there was no earthquake activity that was identifiable through their seismic system, their seismic network. And then people are reporting these sounds like you described, the sounds of trumpets, the high-frequency sounds of something moving or shifting that sounds somewhat metallic. Mm-hmm. And isn't it interesting that, when you talk about the sound of the trumpets reported in the Bible, we have a certain meaning that is connected to that. And that meaning has always been there in the Bible, in those texts, for since they were written. But now there's a meaning, there's an actual conscious meaning that is being connected to that. And I think that sort of resonates at some level, the experience people are having where, that's maybe a specific religious Judeo-Christian reference, but it's an experience people are having where they are having a connection to something that is physical and non-physical in terms of meaning or effect.
Yes. Now I want to ask Tolec, are these sounds that people are hearing, these trumpet sounds and high frequencies, low frequencies, booms, etc., is this due to energetic processes that are coming in from the cosmos, the sun, other stars, galaxies, but also higher dimensions? Or is it military, or is it both?
Okay. Thank you for asking. I can tell you based on what the scientists from SARSTA, the Andromeda Council Engineering Biosphere, have told me. They've said that a majority of these sounds are happening because there is a lot of magma flowing underneath the crust of the Earth right now, an unprecedented amount of magma. That results in volcanoes going off that haven't gone off before. That results in movement of a lot of things, including the plates, the different plates that comprise, the tectonic plates that comprise the globe. And much of what people are hearing all across the world is, in fact, the plates moving in a way that they've never moved before in our modern recorded history. And one of the contributing factors to these sounds is the fact that so much oil has been pumped out of the ground. And just like we have, and Joe, you can testify to this, we have fluids that lubricate our elbows and our knees and different parts of the body. Well, what I've been told by the Andromeda Council scientists is that oil in the ground serves a twofold purpose. One, it is a coolant, keeps things cool. Well, if you reduce the amount of oil that's in the ground and you ratchet up the flow of magma, think about some of the things that will happen. Two, if you reduce the amount of oil, then you reduce the amount of lubrication between the plates. And so now the plates start to scrape. That's primarily the sound that people is hearing, is the sound of the tectonic plates underneath the Earth that are scraping. That's predominantly the majority of the sounds, at least based on what my Andromeda Council scientist guys have told me. And Dan, I want to share some feedback that I got regarding the core of the inner Earth, and I addressed this to some degree with Jay Perrone and Wolf Spirit Radio, but I produced a video based on information, again, from the Andromeda Council scientists in November of 2012, and it was called What Will Happen December 21, 2012. And they showed me primarily two things. One, that date would herald the beginning of the end of time as we know it, the reduction of the energy that creates time. Two, that on December 21, 2012, a new inner core of the Earth was established. And they called this new inner core energy SAR. And I know I've said this before, but it's worth repeating because you've addressed this, Dan. SAR is their way of saying this is higher vibrational, higher frequency energy that's completely different, completely different than has functioned before at the center of this planet. And it is crystalline based. And apparently the scientists, because they did the research, Dan, based on your suggestion, the scientists that Linda Moulton Howe had been talking to, and a subsequent geophysicist by the name of Ariana, made a comment to the following, which pretty much said, we've been tracking these changes for about 3 years. Well, let's see, 3 minus 15, 12, 2012. And our scientists don't really understand what's going on. We have all this new data. This new core of the Earth is moving faster and in an opposite direction than the outer core, which is hot molten iron. And oh yeah, it's crystalline based. Like, at least in my world, that's called confirmation, because my Andromeda Council people have told me for years that the path and the makeup of fourth dimensional life will be, in fact, crystalline. So now we've learned that there's a crystalline-based energy called SAR, which Linda Moulton House said, so this inner core of the sun is, this new inner core of the Earth is as hot as the sun? And the geophysicist Ariana said, yes, that's exactly right. So Dan, I did that research based on your suggestion, and I was amazed at what I found out and how it corroborated with the information the Andromeda Council people gave me. So here we have again information that seems to be consistent with the fact that this planet, as part of the solar system, is going through changes on its way to becoming a higher dimensional world. And that's what I learned.
Well, I'm very interested to hear your comment and your experience of that data. I found it quite a big revelation for me in terms of tying the relationship between what we feel is going on in the non-physical aspect of our experience, and then what is going on at the Earth core and physically, and the effects that that's having on us. And that, to me, in its simplest sense, is part of this whole process of transformation of consciousness to a higher level. That we are experiencing the melding of these two, what has traditionally been for us, at least culturally, from the sort of mechanistic approach of science, have been two separate things: the spirit, the body, the physical, the non-physical. But now we're seeing that it's all part of one whole, and we're getting to experience that and embrace it individually.
True.
And I find that really such an important underlying core of the information that Tolec has put out. Because it just all seems to reinforce that, and that our energies and our collective consciousness, not only of humanity but the rest of the universe that we connect with, is experiencing this as well.
Dan, I know that, and you and I both know that, and actually Joe knows this as well because he spent some time in Arizona. Certainly Tucson has been acknowledged as a place of certainly higher, more dynamic, if you will, spiritual energy. So is a place such as Sedona. Dan, I know that you've had some really interesting experiences that we've never talked about in depth. Would you care to share a couple of those and how they might relate to what's going on today?
Well, absolutely. I'd be happy to. Basically, I can describe, and we can maybe talk a little bit here about, what specifically, if what I'm going to present is going to be, perhaps useful from your perspective. But basically, what I have evolved is a technique where I connect myself as a conscious being and retaining a part of that consciousness and then working in the non-physical. Some people may call that an out-of-body experience, astral projection. Others may see it as an extension of meditation. The technique that I involve uses getting to a sort of a working meditative state. And then I sort of split my consciousness where part of me stays conscious and in the body, and the other part of me connects with the non-physical. So I've had a number of experiences that have taken me to different places in the universe. I have connected with a multitude of different guides and individuals who have provided me with interesting information as I've requested it. And then in some other instances where they've literally drugged me to a place to show me something. And my connection there has evolved through a lot of different guides coming from different aspects of the universal consciousness, the multiverse that we're a part of. In terms of I would say probably the biggest overall perspective I could take on the experiences that I've had is that there is a progressive focus in doing the work that I've done that has emphasized the the rising consciousness of humanity and the dissolution of all of the mechanisms of control and manipulation and influence and power that was going on behind the scenes, and that the collapse of this is related to that. It's related to this shift in consciousness. And some of the work that I've done has involved, in one instance, I became part of a initiative to radiate a signal of peace to the Middle East, of peace and harmony and love and acceptance and coexistence. I began to perceive that there was a connected influence to the Middle East, and specifically to certain countries, that came back to Europe, and specifically to Great Britain and London. And I found the connection that this had made between England and the Middle East, and that it was a controlling energy, an energy of influence and domination and control and manipulation, that it went back far back in time and was connected to individuals and a hierarchy that had their connections to a lineage of controllers, manipulators, beings that were involved in defining the destiny of humanity from their own agenda, and that these human beings had been connected to that. And then over the years, this intention that itself into this to the shaft of sort of controlling energy that was being directed towards the Middle East. And that was an instance where, and this jived very well, Tolec, with the many of the discussions that you and I have had, and the information that you've presented about the nature of the reptilian and other entities that have influenced the course of human events and human society and culture. But I was able to go back, and with the assistance of my guides and getting the right questions asked, figured out a way to disable that, to diffuse it. So it literally was, I was guided to what I needed to do based on this collective initiative. If I had not been part of that collective initiative, I would not have made the connection or had the awareness of this specific energy that was flowing from one country to another, that was having an influence over the people and the course of events, and that I was able to disable that. So it really brought me to a higher understanding of the evolution that we're experiencing, of connection to a higher social consciousness. Individually, yes, people are making growth on their own individual issues and concerns, but we as a society, human society, are becoming more we're having this opportunity for information to come in about what can we do individually in order to aid both ourselves and also the needs of the entire planet and of all of humanity.
Yeah.
So I can say more or whatever, but that's what I had.
Maarten, you're part of this experiences that are
Tolec.
would indicate.
What I can say, gentlemen, is that I feel the last couple of years, months, weeks, days, an increase, and it sounds a bit strange, of my intelligence. My thinking is improving, my short-term memory is improving, my long-term memory is improving, my ability to act is improving. When I have a problem, it's a practical problem, it doesn't matter, I immediately solve it, and it takes only a millisecond to do it. How things?
Me, yes, and the best way that I can express what I'm thinking and feeling is, as I have evolved, and I would say realistically, this journey for me pretty much began when I arrived in Tucson back in late December of '91. It was a moment in my life, I think it was around 31 years old, I made a conscious decision to evolve and to grow and to, to better myself. And as I've gone up the time track through today, I find that every year and every month and every week that I experience, I'm making better, more conscious, more clear decisions. And I'm probably doing that because I've cleared out, another way to say this is I've gotten rid of, transmuted, healed from, there are a variety of ways to say it, but a lot of emotional baggage, for lack of a better word. And Joe, jump in here anytime, but emotions carry a frequency, a certain vibration, and they will remain resident in the human body unless each person takes some kind of action to clear them out. And I do believe that people will make, and myself included, that we make better decisions when we are clear and we're not pulling a trailer load of emotional junk behind us. You know, I'm using some metaphors here, but Dan, any thoughts or comments on this one?
Well, you know, I'm very interested to hear what Joe is going to have to say, because I've been very focused for myself in my own evolution process in exactly those sort of techniques. So I'm very interested to hear what he has to say. But, you know, I think for me, what I'm hearing from Maarten and Tolec here in the personal experiences that they're having, for myself, I translate that experience as more of a transparency about the true nature of everything around me and the totality of my human experience in terms of its connection to higher consciousness and the larger reality of which we're all a part in the multiverse. So that has been the word I would probably use it's a calm, it's sort of a peaceful transparency to things, because there's a different level of awareness. And you know, would have to say for myself, I feel like that has been a consequence of this shift that we're collectively experiencing as a result of the changes that are going on in this planet as we rise to a higher sort of dimensional vibration.
Yes, indeed. I totally agree with you, Dan. And what are you experiencing, Joseph?
Oh my gosh. Well, just it's interesting you brought this topic up, because my best friend, one of my best friends, is her name's Terry, and most of you guys know that she's a psychic and a deep channel, and so every once in a while we connect, and she does a channeling for me, and just the other day she did one, and what she tuned into the Syrians, and they said that on this planet, things are going to become magical. It's going to appear like everything is just magic, because things are just you're going to think it, it's going to manifest. And those who have done the inner work that you're talking about, Tolec,
yes,
and the getting rid of the baggage or the old energies, and eventually we're not going to have a choice. It's going to be pushed out of us, because we're in tune with this planet. And this is bringing it back to the planet. As it raises in vibration, so do we. And so, you know, I don't have a tool to measure it, but there's a Schumann resonance of this planet. And some say that that has risen over the past decade. And so I don't have a tool in my body to measure it, and I don't have a external tool. But if you did the research, you could prove it to yourself. I mean, that's one way. And everything is electromagnetic. So when you put it all together, you put the science with what's going on personally. Just like if you take a look at the human heart, and so, you know, it starts out at the SA node of the heart. This firing goes down the bundle branches and the Purkinje fibers, and all of a sudden there's a contraction of the heart, which makes it pump and beat. And so, you know, if you look as above, so below, the Earth, as it is doing the same thing with its electromagnetics, and we're tuned into the heart, as we raise in a vibration with the planet as it's changing, and if it becomes crystalline, you could imagine that you're closer to a higher vibration or closer to source, and as you do that, things manifest more rapidly. And
yes,
so the way I look at it, many of us have done the work earlier on. Myself, I was like, I want the truth, and because I was demanding it, I had to go through a lot of crap that I didn't realize I was carrying. I mean, little things, big things, and things were just falling off of me. And then I realized that I was picking up other people's stuff because we're all connected. Someone would shake something off, and I would attract it and be like, what the heck's going on? And then I would have to do a clearing on myself, and then I would feel better. It's the same thing with the planet, and the same thing with our solar system, and the same thing with the universe. And so because all are one, all are connected, at least from a higher point of view or vibration, we are tuned in and we are feeling the planet as it's shaking, as it's moving. We are picking up on. My friend Terry called me or texted me the other day, and she's like, I was digging in the earth, and all of a sudden my hands and my arms started vibrating. Is something going on? And I said, well, it's interesting you say that, because right now, somewhere in Arizona, they were looking at, and I think I might have sent you this link, Tolec, of one of the old craters there in central Arizona. It appeared that there was steam coming out of it.
Yes.
And so it wasn't going to blow, but it just in that moment, it was interesting because she's so tuned into the planet. When something happens here, whether it be a major earthquake or something, like a volcano pops off, she will text me and say, hey, what's going on? And I'll just say, well, it's interesting you say this because this just happened.
Yeah, Dan, I think it was Sunset Crater.
Sunset Crater.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
it was.
Like Flagstaff. Yeah.
Right. Matter of fact, this is Tolec, when I get my news, when I choose to get news, I get it from the web. And I saw a report a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, that this gentleman was saying there was an unprecedented amount of liquid steam vapor coming out of a number of different states in the Southwest, kind of like Nevada, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico. And he could see, he had this satellite image, he could see what seemed to be sort of like streaming clouds, but they weren't clouds coming from the upper atmosphere. They were streams, vent streams, if you will, of steam coming out of the ground all throughout the Southwest. No, I know why this is happening. This is happening because of all of this magma that's moving. There's a lot of shifting going on in the ground. But as for your friend Terry, I find it, women are amazingly in tune. The things that they pick up and feel, traditionally they've been more in tune than men have. It's been said that this planet has a feminine energy. And early on when I created the Andromeda Council website, when I was doing the writing, I know that a lot of the things that I said, especially early on, these are not ways that I talk. This is not information I usually carry around in my brain. And so I don't think it's a mistake at all that I was expressing planet Earth as a woman, as a female, who needs to cleanse herself and do whatever is necessary to prepare, as a pregnancy would be, for the birth of herself as a new higher dimensional world. And I think the painting that was done by the gentleman that I found, I think he's Japanese, is an amazing expression of Mother Earth birthing herself as a higher dimensional world. Because if you look at that painting on the homepage, you can see all of these little creatures that make up this image of Mother Earth as a fertile, pregnant woman. And again, this isn't information that I carried around as a young man. It's information that came, if you will, at a higher dimension from my Andromeda Council people, because a lot of times my conversations with them, they send me specific images, we have conversations. Other times it's just subtle information that I receive, and I'll come away from a particular situation going, oh wow, that's really neat. And I've got this new information, and as Mark Kimmel says, it's a knowingness. I kind of know that I know, and that's what it is, whatever the particular topic is. And I think that's Joe, I happen to agree with you. I think that's part of the process of we are all being affected to some degree or another during this process of change that this planet is going through. And I think people that have done a lot of the work leading up to this period, I think we're probably more sensitive to it than other people are. Joe, you're back east. I don't know how urban or rural of an area it is, but do you ever have an opportunity to get into conversations like this with the people back east? Sorry.
That's a good question.
Thought I'd ask.
That is hilarious. God. You know, it's funny because I left 3.5 years ago. I come back, and people are much more open now than what they were 3.5 years ago, but it's still not to this. Like right now, any one of us on this call can and just put something out there, and we'll all get it. We'll understand. Oh yeah, that resonates. Oh yeah, I understand that. I've been a witness to this or that, but you can't. There's just. I hate to say people were asleep because people are waking up more and more because I think the Facebook has a lot to do and social media with various people connecting that wouldn't otherwise connect, and they just see a post and they kind of look at it and go, oh, that's interesting, and then they read it and they're like, oh wow, that's what that other person said a couple years ago. And so I think that social media has a lot to do with opening people's minds up. And I think movies also, there's these subtle hints that are constantly being put out there for this subtle disclosure, if you will. And so I can't have a discussion like this at all with anybody around, except for my friend Terry. And so that's why we're so good of friends, is because we get each other. And so like if we were to do a channel, I get information and she gets information that sometimes I don't put out because it sounds like it would be doom and gloom depending on the person's perspective. And so if you're in fear of losing the body, for instance, and you're at a lower understanding or awareness and you don't realize that you live forever and we're timeless beings, it would be very scary to hear some of the things that I know is going to happen. And so I don't put it out there. Right. And so, I don't like to go down that, because the other thing is we live in a polarity. And so we're here with love and fear. And so the more fear you put out, you're perpetuating what's going on here. The problem is the way I would look at it. So if you put out love, you assist in raising the vibration. And people always ask, well, why don't the ETs just come down and save us? Why don't they come? Mm-hmm. Aside from that non-interference that they have, it's all about, if they came here, they would be like, oh my gosh, that last movie we saw, they came and we were like cattle to them. They're going to put us in cages and eat us, or it's going to be like the Matrix, or some, the biggest reason they don't come here, for one, is we have to do this ourselves. Exactly. We are the people we've been waiting for, and we have to wake up, take care of ourselves, take responsibility for our own actions, and grow up and get out of the sandbox. It's not up to them to come and save us, because that's giving our power away, just like we've done for the past millennium.
Yeah, and I think we have to become conscious. We have to become responsible citizens of the world, because freedom comes with responsibility. And another thing is that energy flows where attention goes. And water is life, and I think we all could use a glass of water or a cup of tea or a cup of coffee. So I would suggest to play a little musical introduction for all of us. About 5 minutes, if that's okay for you, dear gentlemen and dear listeners, and then we'll be back. Is that alright?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
So here comes a track from Indra, from his album Maharaj from 1995, and the name of the track is called Forever. And we'll be back in about 5-6 minutes. Stay tuned. On Lite First Contact Radio. This is Maarten Horst speaking, with Tolec, Joseph Marra, and of course nobody else than Dan Brock. So stay tuned and enjoy the music. Yes, my dear friends from all over the world, this galaxy and beyond. Welcome back to ET First Contact Radio. That was a nice break with very profound and prophetic music from Indra. Welcome back Tolec, welcome back Joseph, and welcome back all the listeners, and of course, not to forget our special guest Dan Brock.
Oh boy. Dan, you're famous today.
Oh, I'm grateful, believe me.
Do you all have? Did you all have a coffee or tea or tomatoes, whatever?
Yes,
yes.
well hydrated here in the desert.
Ice water, yes.
What's the temperature?
Well, right now in Tucson, if you give me just a second, I'll tell you. I'm sure it's in the 90s. We've had actually fairly unusually cool weather here in Tucson, which has been a little bit of a surprise. This was the coolest May in Tucson, Arizona I have ever experienced this past May.
Same in the Netherlands, by the way.
Yes. It is currently 97 degrees Fahrenheit, 36 degrees centigrade in Tucson.
Oh my, almost 40,
it's
yeah.
pretty hot out there.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm doing my discussion here indoors. I didn't take my computer outside to do this.
No, it wouldn't be a good idea. Joseph, and your place?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's been dreary, rainy, cloudy. I haven't seen the sun for almost 2 weeks until today. It was like this aha moment. It just burst out, and I was like, hallelujah, type of a feeling. Like, thank God. I was so used to New Mexico weather that
Right.
I'm like, are you kidding me? And Tolec, you know all about the Northeast.
Yeah. I was just saying, Joe, welcome back to the East Coast.
Tolec has had a broad experience of temperatures and climates across this continent.
Yes, I have.
Well, here on the peninsula, Walcheren, that's difficult to pronounce in English, but the name Walcheren comes from the Latin word Walacra, and Walacra was a Latin goddess. So I live on a peninsula that used to be an island, and I was born on this island in a little village called Achterkerke. It's a very small village, and a beautiful farm that my parents bought in 1972. I was born in my own bedroom, and my father built the house himself. He's a craftsman. The stones are more than 1,000 years old. They're local stones that were baked, and you can sometimes see still the fingerprints of the thumbs of the bakers of the stone, very old stones. And yesterday we had an incredible thunderstorm. And south of here is a river, the Scheldt River. It's Zeeuws-Vlaanderen, and then south of that is Belgium, Bruges, Antwerp, Ghent. And around Bruges and Ghent they had flooding that was so amazing, that was so incredible, so intense. Cars were just floating through the streets. And I've never seen a thunderstorm like this in my life.
Yeah, this is the aberrant weather that you are having, that people all across this country, the United States, are having. It's all indicative of the continued Earth changes, the adjustments that this planet is going through. It just is.
The flooding in Texas.
Oh yeah.
Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, jeez, all over the place.
What do you mean, global warming? What do you mean, global cooling? It's all intensifying. Everything is becoming more extreme.
You actually, Maarten, you bring up a good point. This is 2015. Somewhere during 2012, I'll keep this story short. Somewhere during 2012, I read an article which was produced by a number of European, in collaboration with Russian scientists. And they basically said, global warming? No, not like most people are talking about. Is this planet warming? Yes. However, because we have satellites out in space, we have been able to measure that the magnetism, the luminosity, the temperature, and the number of storms has increased on all planets in this solar system.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
That was about 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to myself, aha, there's another piece of confirmation, another piece of confirmatory information that says there are changes happening in this solar system that our scientists can't even explain.
Oh my.
The defense rests. I mean, I talked about this for a long time, but I think what's probably more important is not only that the changes are happening to this planet, but how people all across this globe are going to decide to handle these changes on a person-by-person basis. Mm-hmm. And Joe and I were talking a little bit over the break. Mark Kimmel and I have had a discussion about this, and it essentially boils down to, and I'm going to do my best to choose my words here and be as specific as possible. A lot of people across this planet who come from a Judeo-Christian centered belief system, that system tells them they're going to be, quote-unquote, saved, that there are three places after this life: heaven, hell, or purgatory. Purgatory being in the middle, and that's kind of like a temporary holding zone. And so, with the advent of the change of this world, it becoming a higher dimensional world, that whole model is going to be blown to pieces. And people are going to transition from being 3D organic people into higher dimensional people. And I think the process of the changes on this planet can be looked at from a perspective of, am I afraid? Am I in fear? Will I be afraid of losing my body? Will I be afraid of losing my home? Will I be afraid of losing my family? And these are organic things that we can touch. Or am I going to be okay emotionally if I lose this body? And if, for lack of better words, we lose our family members, because you know what? These organic bodies do not define us. These physical human bodies are not the essence of who we are. The essence of who we are is, and I'll quote the great Joe Marra, we are great beings of light. And we are far more than these bodies that we occupy. Now, that's what I've been taught. That's what I've learned from my Andromeda Council contacts. I'll open up this topic to any of you guys and to share your feelings about this.
Well, maybe I could start with this segment here. I'm just gonna talk about perspective, and I want to pose a question to Dan, because he brought some things up earlier, getting into touch with his higher self. Is that right, Dan?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so, in a perspective prior to you really waking up and getting into touch with your higher self, let's just pretend in this lifetime you were a baby soul, and all of a sudden you didn't believe in ghosts, and you were a total skeptic, and all of a sudden there's one right before you. In your perspective in that moment, what would that do to you? Would that cause fear? Did that ever happen to you? Or do you see where I'm going with this as far as perspective?
I think so, and you can rein me into the direction here you're maybe looking for. The interesting journey that I've been on spiritually, and a lot of individuals across the globe are going on, it's an individual journey. And what I have discovered is that in opening myself up to the non-physical, I myself, as a physical being, become more transparent. The experiences that I had early on connecting with the non-physical and having a mode of living where I began to embrace that I'm more than the physical. I was shedding all of the teachings that I'd received for so many years. I even found my early career very rooted in the hard aspects of science and the application of science through engineering to control and manipulate the elements of the world to produce whatever it is that we want to produce. And so I was very focused on this idea of the physicality, and everything that I experience is through that. And as I began to connect more to the non-physical, and I began to have these connections with different beings of all varieties, initially, I was very nervous about this. I was very concerned about it. There was an element of fear because I was bringing into the situation that perspective that we have of physicality, defining it through some mechanistic process and identifying it, categorizing it, and being able to predict it. And this personal journey, because it's personal, is an individual experience that is unique to each person. And as I began to evolve my own personal understanding of how to interact with the non-physical, the fear factor of the separation, there being a separation between me as a physical conscious being and the me that's the non-physical, that just began to dissolve away. So the concept of a fear of a transition from a physical to a non-physical is, I can't say that I don't fear death at some level, being still a physical being, but I certainly don't have a fear of the consequence of death.
Right. And so would you say that you also developed a trust in yourself because of your experiences? And in other words, like, I know when I went through this process, at first you get in touch with the next level up is the best way, like the astral, and it might be the ghostly realm. And so it is a little bit fearful, at least for me it was, until I could overcome that fear and say, oh, wait a minute, if I stand in my own power, but I didn't know I had any power because I've given it away up to this point. And once I took it back and realized that, hey, I'm a child of the universe just like anybody else, and therefore, if I can stand in my own truth and integrity and my own power, then nothing can touch me. And so once I garnered that trust in myself, then the fear, as you say, has dropped away. But I think that we all have an inherent bit of fear, a little bit. I think it's just natural to be in physical form. It's just like when you touch the stove, and you burn it, it teaches you not to do that again. And so I think it keeps you on your toes, so to speak. But I guess the main question is do you feel like you've learned to trust in yourself from early on until now?
Yes, I have. The big shedding point, though, was identifying and connecting with that other aspect of myself, the higher self, that is connected to the universality of consciousness all around us. And some of the experiences that I've had in working and beginning to connect with in those non-physical spaces, my scientific mind was still sort of taking over. Well, what's going on here? How can I interpret this or define it or explain it? And the simplest way to describe it is a major aspect to connecting into the non-physical is a process of trust. You have to trust what you come in contact with through the connection you will have to your inner self and your intuition and your feelings about a situation. And as a consequence of that, once you begin to trust what you're seeing and acting accordingly, then more information will flow through you. So the process of evolving more trust in myself and belief in myself, that I've been working hard at shedding all of those things that we experience early on in life that are emotional baggage that we're carrying, is the classic term, that manifest into our lives, where we repeat patterns of trauma, negative experiences, abuse, or whatever it may have been, or just a difficulty that we experienced as a child where we didn't have control over a situation, and then how those early life events affect us later in life and the choices that we make. And part of my truth was... Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was going to say, would you say that there would be a component of discernment along with that? Because in order to get the trust, you have to trust yourself to know or to recognize what is not so good for you and what is good for you, as far as attracting these other beings, or noticing, oh, wait, that's not good for me, or I'm not going to be duped by this being because it's not of a higher vibration, so to speak.
Yes, this is definitely the case. As I trust myself and I trust what I see, and then I trust the information that comes to me as a result of my connection with the non-physical spaces, then I'm receiving more and better information that I can then use to act accordingly. But that comes from listening to that intuition. Mm-hmm. And the intuition is in my ordinary 3D life at this point has become really paramount to me. And as you connect with those the intuition, you begin to experience synchronicities. You begin to experience the universe communicating back to you in synchronistic ways. And so the aspect of discernment along that entire path is really predicated on a connection to your intuition. Your discernment and the transparency of what is in front of you come through that connection to your inner self and your intuition. And listening to that voice, connecting to your soul, as some people may describe it in those terms, so that there is this very sturdy bridge between you as a physical conscious being in the 3D reality and you as the non-physical aspect of who you are. And as those connections bridge, then your discernment, and you maintain it, your discernment increases tremendously.
That is a beautiful outline. That's a beautiful way of describing it, and I totally experience the same. And how do you stand in this, Tolec?
Well, Dan said it so well, and I've known Dan for many years. I consider him to be a friend and a brother. Mm-hmm. What you said, Dan, is really, really accurate. Everybody's experience is individual, and it's personal to each one of us. I don't tell the story a lot, but it's worth telling in terms of insight. In the late 80s or 1990, before I left the Northeast, I came home to my place on a sunny June Saturday. It was probably I don't know, about 76, 78 degrees, blue skies and little puffy white clouds, one of those perfect days. And I decided to take a nap. And I went upstairs in my loft and laid down in my bed. This was an unusual experience because I almost never sleep like this, but I decided to cross my hands over my chest, much like a scientist, archaeologist would see with a mummy. I laid down, I put my hands over my chest, and within seconds, and this was the first conscious, higher dimensional kind of experience that I had in my life, I was out of my body. I remember decidedly going over the upstairs railing, down through the living room, out through the windows, scooting around the parking lot, looking at the pine trees and seeing the other buildings, and kind of going around the woods, the forest that was in the area. And I went up through the clouds, and I came back into the house, through the windows, back upstairs, bang, back into my body. And it was like somebody coming back into my body was like, do you gentlemen know what like a heavy elastic or heavy rubber band is? So you take like that 2-inch rubber band, you stretch it, and then you release the top. Bang! And that's what it was like coming back into my body. Now, this was before I moved to Arizona. I was still in the Northeast. It was literally my very first sort of higher dimensional experience. Why do I tell that story? Well, I tell that story because, at least for me, it was the first expression of, oh, wow, I'm more than this body. I'm not only a collection of emotions and a collection of feelings and experiences, but there's more to my essence than this physical body. And there were other things that I experienced after that, but that was just one of those amazing experiences that began sort of the beginning of my growth and shedding emotional baggage and shedding damage. And I've also found that as I've grown more emotionally and spiritually mature, and I'll say this for people out there listening, make no mistake, there is, at least based on what I've learned, a direct connection between emotional awareness and maturity, and spiritual awareness and maturity. The more mature I get with both of those areas, the more I use my intuition and I listen to it closely, the better decisions I make in my life on a moment-by-moment, day-by-day basis. And I think that addresses some of the things that you were saying, Dan. I know I said it differently, but I think it directly addresses some of those things you were saying.
Yeah, this is fascinating to hear another person's experience wandering about into the non-physical and having that out-of-body experience. That's one way in which we can experience aspects of ourselves that are beyond the physical. It's one of the things for me that I began to realize in being more connected to the non-physical, to my intuition, to my inner self, is that the concept of memory was in my mind a little off, and I've really shifted my aspect, the aspect of memory in my experience as being outside of myself, and that I am the antenna that is bringing in that information. And as I've become more, let's say, happy, secure in myself, in trusting myself more, through a process of releasing, correcting, those things that we experience early in life, some different techniques Joe may be able to speak specific about that aid that. But once I was able to get rid of those things, the conduit to the memory increased, and I could act in terms of non-physical memory in the broadness. So as you connect with that inner self, you can connect to the memory of not just your own memory, of course, but to the larger collective memory of everything in the universe. And so you can begin to look at asking the questions that will help you in your spiritual journey, and you'll get information. This higher vibrational time that we're in right now is important for us, for our journey, but it also is important for other beings because it is setting a stage that allows more connection and easier connection between the other beings in the universe in their non-physical forms, psychic forms, whatever you'd want to call it, and us as humans. So this time many have described it as an opening portal. There is this openness now, this energized, catalyzed pathway between the consciousness of the rest of the universe and the consciousness of human beings on planet Earth. So that has been an important way for me to sort of understand this. I try to understand it through something that bridges the physical and the non-physical. I find that generally helps in terms of getting to a point where I have something that I can use to work with. I can have a model or something. Maybe it's the engineer in me, but I like to have an idea of, okay, this is the protocol, or this is how this is going to work, and then I can operate from that. But anyway, I'm very interested to hear from Joe, because this connection that we have to our experiences and how they influence us in the physical form, to me it feels it's an overriding aspect to their existence, so that in a way they're not able to connect with a higher aspect of themselves because they're so deeply rooted in their physical experience. And so I'm kind of curious what Joe's observations have been working with different clients and patients and individuals that he has seen, and what's coming from the healing community and the health community in this regard.
Yeah, it really comes down to perspective. And so depending where you are, now we talked about personal journeys and what brought us to where we are today with an awareness. And there are some similarities, even though it is a personal experience. I think the many people that I've talked to, they've gone through the initial aha moment where they realized that there are things outside of the physical, such as the human form and the earth and just getting up, going to work, and having kids and those types of things. And you wake up one day and you see a ghost, or you're living in a house that has various ghosts. And then you start to research it, and the universe is very energetic. So what you put your attention towards, you bring more to yourself.
Yes.
And so this all unfolds before you. And as you grow in these awarenesses, and as you garner more experiences and understanding and wisdom with each dimension, if you want to call it that, you go on to the next one. And so with my experience and with the people that I have had healing work with in hypnotherapy and interviewing people all over the planet, there's a common theme of this wake up of it's not just the physical, there's more beyond that. And how far you go with this is totally up to the individual. And so some people get to a particular point and they just shut it off, so to speak. They're like, all right, okay, I'm freaked out, that's enough. I don't want to go any further, this is good for me. And then there's other people like myself that's so curious that I want to know it all. I want to see it all. I want the truth. What level am I at? Where's my perspective? And so when we're talking about this from the highest perspective, I look at the earth, the planet, the physicality. I really think that this whole thing is an illusion. I think that these beings that we consider the ETs or archangels or whatever, they're almost like they're in a theater and we are on the stage. And so we have superimposed this forgetfulness upon ourselves for the purpose of the experience. And so a lot of people will say it's to learn lessons and all these other things. I guess there's a component to that. But really, from the highest perspective, once you pull yourself out of your physical body, you're in tune with all that is. And you know everything. With a thought, you know it. You're tuned in, you're tapped in. And so the best way to describe it in human language is to say that there are levels. And truly there are not. Everything just is. But for sake of conversation and understanding, I think that if you look at a level as a dimension, as you go up the dimensions, you learn more and more and more. You become lighter. There's less physicality. Right. You're a higher vibration. And so it holds true to the physics of our planet. And so as things vibrate at a dense, and we know this on the periodic table, so the most dense things like lead vibrate very, very, very slow. And the faster you go up, and it's also characteristic of our the visual spectrum for humanity. But beyond our visual spectrum, the spectrum of light on each side, just we can't see it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There's like ultrasound and ultraviolet rays, I guess I should say, not ultrasound, ultraviolet rays, X-rays on one side, there's infrared on the other. And so this really, really, really comes down to each individual person's perspective. That's one component of the whole thing. But in addition to that, we are all collectively connected. And so you have this collective consciousness as well as your own perspective. And so it really, there's so many variables in this story, in this game called life, that it's really difficult to, or very challenging to explain unless you know where that person is at their level of consciousness. And so you kind of get a feeler, you use your discernment as we talked about earlier, and you're like, all right, so what do you believe in? Where are you at right now? And that's where you, as a master of your surroundings, of being a 3D person, or a higher dimensional being in 3D form, and the ability to converse and communicate the wisdom that you have. It sometimes you have to neck it down or chunk it down in order to explain it. And I'm sure there's other people that are on this planet that are much wiser than I am. And so I don't put myself on a pedestal or anything like that. I'm just giving my personal opinion and my awareness of the diversity that's on this particular planet right now, of perspective, of understanding. And the original question was, with the healing modalities that I've witnessed and been a part of, what was that? What was the exact question you said, Dan?
Well, I was just curious what you've experienced from the people that you interact with in the healing community. What is the experience that you're seeing people having as we go into this higher vibration of time, in terms of their openness, their acceptance of information or non-acceptance, right? Or what are you sort of experiencing there is what I was curious. And then what are some of the modalities that are that are being used now to heal people that are maybe not traditional Western modalities?
Right. Yeah, and so energy healing is top on my list, and hypnotherapy. More and more people are open to the hypnotherapy now because it is you can get licensed for it in particular states and certified, and it's recognized. Whereas energy healing, yeah, there's classes for it, and I guess some places in the world, like Sedona and other places, are open to it, and it's just common. But in, like, say, here in the Northeast, it's not that common. But I can tell you, over the past 10 years, since I've been practicing medicine, over 10 years, more and more people are open to it. They really want to experience it. As soon as I tell them about it, they're like, all right, how do I do that? Where do I go for that? And before it was like the people were freaked out, going, oh, no, my religion says no, I can't do that.
Right.
I'll go to hell, or And so, yes, I mean, there's definitely a wake up right now. And so I see the progression, or I've seen the progression personally here in Pennsylvania and in New Mexico, where I just a couple weeks was there for 3.5 years.
Very interesting. One of the things that in all of the evolving time that I've been through is I've recognized the importance of working on myself, and that when you work on yourself to become a better person and to release those things that you're carrying from the past, those emotional memories, when you improve your connection to spirit and to your intuition and become a more fully actualized whole human being, that radiates out to other people, because we're all in the same collective consciousness soup.
Exactly.
And so it's so important to work on yourself to help others, yes, but work on yourself because you become another bulb added to the mass of light that is shining down on this planet and on
the other variable
all of
to that,
humanity.
Dan. Exactly. The other variable to that is, again, everything in the universe. There's these particular laws of the universe, one of which is law of attraction and this vibration. And so what you work on yourself, and as you're shedding, as you're saying, and raising in vibration, you attract more people that vibrate.
Right.
You know the old saying, birds of a feather flock together? Well, there's a reason for that. It's as you vibrate at a particular frequency and you put your focus towards it, that's what you attract back to yourself.
That's
so
right.
you're spot on.
Absolutely. One thing I will say here that's been a useful tool in my journey, it has been a growing understanding of astrology and the applicability of astrology to an individual, to couples, to situations, to events, to locations, any number of different things, because with this increased level of consciousness that seems to be accessible as a result of the work that I've done, I'm able to connect more and understand more the archetypes that exist within the Western astrological system that you can go to for information. You can go to try to understand, well, what is my pattern? Why am I doing what I'm doing? And invariably, when I employ astrology, I can go to that archetype of that particular aspect of myself, and then when I explore that and I maintain that intuitive connection, I can be led directly, even synchronistically, if I'm looking for something through a resource, to an answer, to something that will help me.
And honoring that part of yourself.
Yes, absolutely. And, this also applies right now, just briefly in terms of astrology, that one of the things that relates to these earth changes and the changes in humanity that are going on. Right now we have Pluto in Capricorn. And Pluto is in many ways there to upset the apple cart, to turn things over, to change things, to break down old patterns. And we're in this situation now in Capricorn is the old established ways, the traditions are beginning to break down. And they're breaking down because there's a new consciousness and a new awareness that has to flow in. And, it's also very interesting that the United States, if we base the United States around the date of the Declaration of Independence, the United States is a planet that is, a country that is, you may think it's a planet sometimes, but it's a country that is experiencing a Pluto return, and a Pluto return can be potentially, since we don't really have that much in terms of experiencing it, there's nobody that's 240 or whatever years old, what's going to happen is it's really going to be an archetype that describe the kind of changes where we're going to see transformation in the United States. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that as something that individuals can begin to understand and pursue to maybe help them interpret some of the information that comes in at this time.
Dan,
Right, and Tolec, we were just talking about what Dan just brought up about those that have been in power, and so that's what I brought up about perspective. And so maybe you can speak a little bit, and maybe Maarten could jump in on this too. But Tolec, we were talking about during the break. We were talking about the old ways and what their perspective would be if everything came crashing down compared to somebody who's enlightened that wants the change. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and before I jump into that, I want to comment on something that Dan was saying about essentially evidence of change.
Mm-hmm.
And as I mentioned earlier, not predominant, 100%. I get my news from the web, and otherwise called the internet, and I choose what I want to receive. I choose what I want to read or not read or listen or watch. The point that I'm trying to make here is that as evidence of change, I saw a piece of news just within the past 3 to 4 days that said the Congress has decided not to renew 3 very important points of what was originally called the U.S. Patriot Act. It has a different name. But those 3 very important points have to do with the NSA, the National Security Agency, and its spying and collecting of phone records and phone data on its own U.S. citizens. Now, what's important, and the reason that I'm pointing this out is Congress said, no, we are not going to renew those 3 aspects of the Patriot Act. They have, the time clock on these 3 aspects has run out. We feel that given what we've learned, or maybe what's been exposed by certain people, that it's not in the best interest of the people of this country to renew those aspects. Why am I making a big deal about this? Well, I think, as my 2 cohorts here from this country might agree, because we're kind of in the same age range, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15, 20 years ago, Congress would have rubber stamped that thing. It would have gone through with almost not a blip on the radar.
Right. And you know what? While you're on the subject, Tolec, what
Yes.
about in this country, how bad when we were a kid, and Dan, you too, and Maarten, I don't know what it's like where you're at, but marijuana use, and all of a sudden, now we're, oh my gosh, we found these cures. And it's the best thing ever. And you know what? We found a planet. NASA found a planet that has marijuana. Oh, we found an asteroid with marijuana. I'm like, what is all the hype about this marijuana now? When I was a kid, you're a druggie if you smoke marijuana, and here it is, the openness of it. And if you look back as far as the medical model, it used to be prescribed prior to it becoming illegal. Yes. So look, if people want to know about things that are changing, that's what you're talking about right now. Yeah. Look at that is a huge change.
It is huge, and it points to the influence that people have culturally as a result of the decisions of a very few sometimes, and the impression that we get about unearthed substance, a plant from the earth that's literally is designed to interface with us in a way that we can connect at some level to a different experience, a different reality. But back during the Prohibition years, there was a man in the government who was in charge of enforcing the Prohibition laws, and I don't recall the gentleman's name, but he was the one who basically started promoting and lobbying for making certain drugs illegal. Prior to like the mid-1920s, late 1920s, marijuana, cocaine, any number of different drugs were not on any kind of list to define them as illegal from a policing standpoint. And he was the person who began that process, and that in turn has evolved into this, we have today, this mad war on drugs that to me seems to be at some level such a huge scam on the populace. But it's also indicative of the kinds of things that are going to collapse, the kinds of things that are going to be transformed. Because of the transparency, people see through this and see beyond this and can understand it in a new way to bring about a new a new vibration of living.
Great point. Maarten, what do you think? I mean, how is it in your country or surrounding countries there for marijuana use?
Well, because of the use of marijuana, there are two things happening. There is THC in marijuana, and there's the other there are many substances in marijuana. But I see people that use bad quality marijuana for a long time. I see they start to develop parts in their brain that are not logical, that aren't supposed to be there. But at the same time, some people are becoming more intelligent. But people that overuse it become psychotic, or they repeat themselves. They say the same thing day in, day out. And it's like when they tell a story, it's like they think they tell this story for the first time. But they tell this story 5 times a day. You know, something happened in the past. And
would you say that has something to do with this the polarity that we live in, though? Because like too much of anything could be bad. If things in moderation is what I would say is, because there are a lot of positive things that are coming out of it, and so I guess that again in polarity, if you use too much of it, it can go the other way.
Yeah, and there's another story about marijuana. I heard somebody say a long time ago that the plant itself is not bound to Earth. It means that in the pristine state of this planet, this plant marijuana was brought here from another star system. What do you know about that, Tolec?
This is the first time I've ever heard that statement. I've never heard this before.
Well, there is the concept of panspermia that was introduced a number of years ago, which is the idea that one planet or other planets could send biological or life-based information out in the universe and basically create those life forms on other planets where they would wind up landing there and then proliferating. And mushrooms are supposed to be part of this concept of panspermia. Mushroom spores can withstand the harsh radiation and vacuum of space and can still reproduce mushrooms. At least this is the understanding that I have. That's a whole other subject you get into. A gentleman named Terence McKenna years ago put together a lot of information about the idea of using psychoactive substances in order to have a transcendent experience and connect ourselves with that other aspect of reality, the broader aspect of reality. But as you said, Joe, in everything in moderation, and you may have somebody who hasn't experienced 10 years ago, but it's been transformative for them, and that's the only thing they've experienced was 10 years ago. But that particular point became a key shift, a changing of the course of that person's life. But at the same time, we have people that because of their earthly experiences, for whatever reason, they are marred in an addictive cycle, and they're not maybe availing themselves to the opportunity to use these substances in a transformative way. And that's not, of course, not even taught culturally. It's something that is only now beginning to propagate the idea that, hey, well, we could do what the ancient civilizations did, and the shamans who used these sort of substances and earth-based plants that open the window of an expanded awareness of our reality, that we could use those in therapeutic ways. And for the very first time, from my understanding, is that's on the agenda.
I understand that what you addressed, Dan, that they did sort of back in ancient times. Today, I don't want to misquote the person, but in any case, there's a couple of gentlemen, contemporaries of ours, who are using, who are drinking this drink called ayahuasca. And that ayahuasca, much like the Native Americans using peyote, gets them into a higher, if you will, more transcendental state, so that they're able to access other frequencies, other vibrations, other dimensions. Maarten, any of you guys know of anybody who's had this experience?
Yes, I know many people in the Netherlands that have experienced the process of, it's a healing process of using ayahuasca. It comes from the Andes Mountains in South America and the Amazon rainforest. The Inca Indians, the Pacus, the Apus, and the Pacos, they use it. And it's a sacred ceremony that takes normally 2 to 3 weeks. So what happens is that the best way is to be helped by Inca shamans when you go through that experience. Now ayahuasca is from a plant and they make a tea from it. Now what happens is that you drink this tea, but before that you have to make sure that you are in a bed, that you are comfortable, that the shamans are around you, that there is a fire lit, that there are people that can help you to sleep or to ease you down, to make you comfortable, to create positive energies with crystals, etc. Now what happens is that when you drink it, the first few hours you will start to vomit. It will the deepest dark energies from past lives, your current life, you will vomit it out energetically and physically, and then you will be sick for a week, and then in the second week you will have your vision quest. So what will happen is that you will see past lives, the beginning of the creation of your soul until now, and that can take up to 2 to 3 weeks. And at the end of this experience you will see the head of a snake, it's a cobra, the head of a cobra snake, and the head of the cobra snake is slowly approaching you. So you'll the trick is not to become fearful. So you have to go through your fear. Now this head of this snake, this cobra, will move through your third eye. It will come inside of you, and you will have to go through the snake, and then, as they say, you're out of it, you're back in reality slowly, and then you're a shaman.
And so that's exact, well, not exact, but it's very, very similar. The gentleman, Mike, he's a co-founder of the Map Makers. That him and his wife I met at East Ranch. He went, and I don't know if I'm right on this, Martin, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he said he was in Peru when he had this. He was down...
Yes, in the Andes Mountains of Peru.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, it was Peru, and it was same exact thing. He took it, he vomited profusely. He thought he was going to die. In fact, I mean, he was just like, okay, I shouldn't have done this. In his thought process, he's like, I guess I overtook it, and then he had an experience, like you said, and pretty much everything you said about the vision quest and stuff.
There's one thing that's very important. You have to be ready for it. If you are not ready for it, if you do it too early, then you will have a bad experience. The second, more important, is that you have to have the right people around you. Real pure shamans, Inca shamans, or Mayan shamans, with a pure intention. And no black magic. Everything has to be in a higher state of consciousness. The people around you have to love you. They have to nurture you. They have to pray. They make all kinds of ceremonies during when it's done in the correct way. You know.
Yeah, and from a medical standpoint, I got to tell you, I've had patients that have told me about these experiences through mushrooms and various other psychedelics, and while you're in that, and it's an interface to the higher realms. It's a like. I can do this with simply meditating at this point, and so I don't need any of that. And it's not necessary if you do the inner work, but it's a fast track to doing that. And, however, when you're in these higher states of bliss, when you come back into the physical body and you realize that everything around you is an illusion, a lot of people, I'm not saying everybody, but a lot of people, and I'm cautioning you here because if you go do this stuff, you can come back very depressed and suicidal, and because it's such a I can't even describe the difference that it would be from this reality and this dense 3D, all the things that you could be perceived as horrific, to yourself and your family and the humanity and what they're doing to the planet and all those kinds of things from that perspective compared to this enlightened, blissed out state of a heavenly place. Mm-hmm. And so when you drop that instantly, I can see why you have to have loving people around you that are praying and taking care of you, because when you come out of it, like I said, the various people that I've talked to were very depressed. They didn't want to come back, and when they did, they just cried. They were just so depressed. Like, I can't believe I'm here. How am I here? I just want to end my life because it's so traumatic.
Yeah, there are two key prerequisites for doing it. The first is that you have to be ready spiritually, on your spiritual development in your life, emotionally, spiritually, mentally. And the other prerequisite is the setting, the medical care. What do you think about it, Tolec?
I come from the same perspective as Joe Marra and Dan Brock, for that matter. All of my growth has been what people would call organic, which means I've not used any drugs, I've not used anything to evolve myself. All of my decisions have been conscious decisions, conscious choices, which lead to better choices, which lead to better decisions based on my emotional and spiritual maturity at any given point in time. I will certainly admit that it's probably likely that my interaction with the people from the planet Tekote who are part of the Andromeda Council, that this interaction has probably altered my life view, but my ability to access different dimensions and participate in Andromeda Council meetings in different dimensions, it's part of my experience. A lot of it I remember, some of it I don't remember, but I choose to do it naturally. And I don't have, just my last comment is, I don't have any judgment about people who choose to do it with any kind of substance. That's their choice. But I certainly believe that if you're going to do it with people who care about you and follow the instructions.
Yeah, that collective component of being with other people, I think is important, because when we have a common level of consciousness about a situation and intent, it reinforces the security aspect of that. When you have someone else there that's the support for that process. I agree completely with you guys in terms of you don't need the drugs. No. I find myself sometimes, because this non-physical aspect of myself is such an important day-to-day component to my experience, sometimes I'll find myself saying, well, I had this really wild experience last night. I'm talking to someone, a friend or whatever. I had this really wild experience last night where I did this and that, and I'll just talk briefly about what I experienced. They said, well, what were you taking? And I said, nothing. I wasn't taking anything, man. I was completely clean, man.
Just doing my thing.
Yeah, people are asking me the same question.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't use drugs neither. I don't do it. Never.
Yeah.
All my life, 38 years old, since March 7th, I've been through a lot. But because of these experiences, I have evolved. I have suffered immense pains, both physically when I was young, by being beaten up at school. All those things I experienced. Painful situations, emotionally. But now I'm doing this radio show, and I'm happy. I'm satisfied. I'm grateful for all those experiences. But I've never touched any drugs. Never. You see?
Yeah, being coherent and experiencing your connection to everything else in the universe through a process of opening to those higher frequencies. You don't need the drugs.
No, not at all. And in fact, I believe that daily use of marijuana can be damaging for your aura, because I understand when I see somebody using marijuana, smoking it, I see their chakras opening up, and they're becoming gaps in their auras, and I see all kinds of brownish, black, energies coming in. People are totally...
That's very interesting.
Yeah, totally. People are you can have a nice sacred experience with the right people around you, like the same with ayahuasca, if you use it in a ceremony. But if you're walking in a city from point A to B in the day, okay, with stressful traffic around you, and then you're smoking marijuana, and then you're not functioning at all.
Well, yeah, but you make a point here, and it may be the fact that if, as in a comparison, if any of us were to sit on a beach or out on a cliff in the desert, and we're surrounded by nature, the experience of smoking marijuana in those settings is going to be, I would anticipate, would be drastically different than smoking a joint in a city with all of those collective energies of all of those people who've been through everything that they've been through. Who knows what you're going to attract.
Right. In addition to that, Tolec, it's like when a person goes to the bar and you drink. So alcohol, they call it spirits. And so marijuana.
Good point.
Yeah. And so what you attract to yourself, it's because you're lowering your vibration, because you're in amongst what we're talking about in a city where all these power lines and cell towers and all these kind of things, plus people with all this baggage and they're coming into the bar themselves, and this is no judgment because we've all been there, but as you go into these types of places and you lose your inhibitions because you are on a drug, you do things, say things that you normally wouldn't do because you lose your inhibition because of that drug. It also lowers your protectiveness. As Maarten said, your vibration changes because of that. Now, if you have an intent and you have protection, if you are, as you say, Tolec, out in nature and you're in tune with nature, because the plant is not bad in and of itself. In fact, what I would challenge you guys, if you put a picture of a pot plant or marijuana on your screen and you meditate and look at it, you can take in that vibration and you can get a high just by that. You don't even have to smoke it. You tune into its vibration, you match it, and you ask it to bring you whatever, the organic way. You can do it just like that as well.
Beautifully said, Joseph. I totally agree. Hey, gentlemen. Yes?
No, I was just going to say one of my experiences, just briefly, that I had as I began my journey of becoming aware of that non-physical part of myself, involved someone who removed some non-physical interferences, some things that were attached to my soul essence. Yes. And literally the relief of those blockages, those influences or interference, I had a change in my perspective on everything around me, and I'm talking about a conscious physical change. I literally could see the depth in clouds. I could see more energy, an energy essence coming from water. A reflection was as real to me as the actual physical object. Mm-hmm. So there was a transformation that I experienced that lasted about 2 days, where my 3D senses were connected to a larger perspective on the universe, and the best thing I could liken it to was a in my very limited experience is a DMT type influence. Mm-hmm. It was absolutely amazing,
awesome,
beautiful. Gentlemen, we don't have a time limit, so we can continue as long as you guys want. Maybe it's an idea to have a little musical break again.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Is that all right for you?
Sounds good.
Sure.
All right. So I'm going to make myself a nice cup of coffee. What I'm going to play, my dear friends, is Great Ancient Gods Are Coming, from the album The Call of Shiva, Volume 1 from 2005, from the artist Indra. Enjoy the music. Stay tuned. Don't go away, because we are live on First Contact Radio with a panel of discussion with 4 very interesting people, which is, as you know, my dear friend Tolec from the Andromeda Council, Dr. Joseph Marra from A Guiding Light, Lite, and special guest Dan Brock and myself. So stay tuned, don't go away, because we have more very interesting stuff to discuss, and I would like to ask after the musical break to Tolec what is in store for us and what the Andromedan Council is telling to him currently. So, great ancient gods are coming. Don't go away, stay tuned. Welcome back, my dear friends, to ET First Contact Radio. On Finding Voices Radio, where we are all connected. We are still in the panel discussion with Dr. Joseph Marra, Tolec, and our special, very interesting guest from the cosmos. And his name is Dan Brock. Welcome!
Thank you for that pregnant pause. It's really good.
The heightened drama of the situation.
I am swooned by your generosity.
Well, Dan, did you like the music?
Yes, I did. It's wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Music is such an important process of feeling connected to things. It's the vibration, you know.
Yeah, you're so right, Dan. You know what? I can tell you something. This radio station is without commercials.
Yeah, tell me, Maarten, where, when we finish this conversation, or even now, where is it going? Is it going all throughout Europe?
Let me see. You want to know the countries and the listeners?
Sure.
Okay, let me see. I check it right now for you. Okay, we have listeners from the Netherlands, United States, unknown, Netherlands, Norway, United Kingdom, Mexico, Netherlands, United States. We have listeners from all over the place.
Okay.
There was just, when you look at the globe from the website, if you go to Finding Voices, the findingvoicesradio.com, there's a globe turning around. You can see all the visitors.
Okay.
You see that? Georgia, San Jose, Amsterdam, Belfort, Georgia, San Jose, and it goes on.
Okay. So, you said you have some questions for me.
I do, Tolec.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, and it's quite interesting to have this discussion with you, are you aware of Al-Kesh? Who he is?
Al-Kesh.
Yes. He put out a video a year ago, Comet Eisen and the event. And you have posted a video as a comment, and then he has reposted another video as a comment on your comment.
Is this a Romanian gentleman?
Exactly, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, it was quite interesting to have him on the show. I have interviewed him as well. And the discussion was about whether or not Comet Eisen is a spaceship, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now.
Yeah, yes, it is. It is a higher dimensional ship.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So then you both agree.
On that point, we agree.
Yeah.
Yes.
But on what point are you not agreeing then?
There were certain statements that he made in his video, which, you know what? I would rather keep this whole conversation on a positive, upbeat note and not go into that situation. I just would rather not to.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Politically correct. Okay. No, but you're both very interesting. His information is interesting. Your information is interesting. I also interviewed Cobra, as you are aware of who he is. And
yes, he's with the Galactic Confederation or Federation of Light. Yes,
correct. Yes,
I'm aware of him.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You know, I am an interviewer. I'm a conduit, so I don't judge anybody. I just want the information to get out.
Sure.
And I'm so happy that you are here, Tolec, with Joseph Marra and with Dan, because you know this show is really amazing. Because I have never had such an interesting panel discussion, and I want to thank very much Joseph Marra. Joseph, you have done a tremendous, wonderful job to invite us all to establish this conversation. Now,
thank you. You know, it's funny that you say that. It's because Dan and I have had a interview together. Tolec and I have had several together, and you and I have had several together. So I just thought that it would make. Well, initially it was you and I was going to come on for the show, Maarten, and then I says, you know what? We should add Tolec to the mix, and so I can't take.
Joseph, you're breaking up.
We lost Joe.
Are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Sorry about that. So I don't want to take credit for inviting Dan, but Dan and I was on a show together. Tolec and I was on a show, several shows together. Maarten, you and I have been on shows together. Mm-hmm. And initially it was going to be Maarten and I on the show, and then I said, man, I should have invite Tolec. It would really make for a great discussion. And then Tolec said, well, why don't we add Dan Brock also? And I said, oh, yeah, we were all on a show together. Right. That would make for a really awesome show. So I don't want to take credit for the whole thing. So Tolec had something to do with it, and, of course, Dan's awesome. So I just thought this would be great.
We are like a medicine wheel, the four of us.
Yeah, it's from my perspective, when you have four people who have similar interests, have a similar perspective of life in this world and how it's evolving and what we've gone through. Our experiences may be different, but it's a great collaboration just to have us sort of contribute the things that we've learned and what we continue to learn.
Yes.
Yes, it's kind of like being at a party and you're standing there with whatever you're drinking, you engage people in conversation. Mm-hmm. You never know what you're going to learn.
Exactly.
Yeah, and you know what? Speaking of that, I wonder, because I'm going to say Tolec and I have a connection through the Andromedans, and Maarten and I have a connection through the Sirians, and I haven't figured out yet how Dan and I have the connection. Like right now I'm in tune with the Arcturians, and I don't know if you're in tune with them as of yet, or do you have a feeling, Dan?
Well, I come across a lot of different types of beings from different, all different levels within the hierarchy of conscious beings that are out there. And I've come in contact with different groups, but it seems so far my primary mission has been to connect with certain spiritual guides, and those guides take me to the things that I need to see for my journey, for my purpose maybe, and for my experience. And I have connected with a few groups, but the groups have been more... The connection has grown a bit in terms of I find myself now connected more in the non-physical with like beings out to do similar kind of work, and I think it's another aspect of that connecting to your higher self and listening to the inner self and the intuition is that you get out there and you're more connected to other beings and entities, not just other humans, but all over the cosmos. And I would welcome, a connection or information related to, any of these different species, the Sirians, Arcturians, whatever. I would welcome, some connection there.
Mm. Dan, I feel a Pleiadian energy around you, also.
Well,
that's entirely possible. I have a really interesting identity or sensitivity to the Pleiades, and I think that could very well be the case. We're really star beings from every corner of the universe and the galaxy, of course, and we have little bits and pieces of us from everywhere, and there may be some that are more dominant than others, but ultimately we're from everywhere, all over the universe.
Exactly, and Aki on the chat is saying we are all one, and Adona on the chat is saying right on, sunshine, and Voyager is saying all from the same source. There's also a live chat here where people can ask questions and have comments, and wonderful to have still on this hour in the Netherlands. It's almost 1 a.m. It doesn't matter. People are still active on the chat and they're still interacting with us. So thank you for all the people on the chat. So let's continue with the next question to Tolec.
Sure.
Yes, the current situation. What are the Andromedans telling you?
Well, that's a really broad question. What do the words "the current situation"? What do those words mean?
Okay, so now let me specify the question.
Okay.
Right. Okay. We are almost at the summer solstice, June 21st.
Okay.
And
of this year.
This year.
Yeah.
Okay, so amazing energies are coming in. We just had a full moon.
Right. I take it this person is crafting the question, and you're waiting for the.
Well, I'm trying to get into a direction to make the question more specific.
Okay.
Now then you have the geopolitical situation. With the Bilderberg group meeting this coming week in Austria at the Interalpen Hotel, to book a room costs you 1,200 euros a night. It's about $1,400.
Right.
Now the taxpayer is paying for them, and no press is allowed. I had contact with the Austrian police. I said, are journalists allowed? Because I have a press card. I obtained a press card for 115 euros, thanks to Jeroen, the creator of this radio station. So I can go in anywhere I want with this press card. European Parliament, it doesn't matter. Now I'm still discussing with the police by email and telephone whether I should go there. So we have the Bilderberg meeting. We have the summer solstice. We had a full moon. We have the light forces increasing, the vibration increasing on the planet. Humanity waking up.
Mm-hmm.
And all this fits together in the whole picture, in the broader picture. Now, if you are aware of all those events happening right now, can you specify on how this is going to develop, energetically speaking, but also geopolitically speaking, and also speaking from the perspective of possible disclosure and the involvement of the extraterrestrials, our star brothers and sisters surrounding the Earth?
Okay. All right. The issues you've identified they primarily have to do with the attitudes and thoughts and activities of man on this planet. And at least from the perspective of the member races of the Andromeda Council, they do not interfere with the activities of man, except these days, except when it has to do with the possibility of one nation, one rogue nation, one rogue out of control general attempting to fire nuclear missiles from one country to another. They will step in and disarm those. That's A. In terms of disclosure, and this is my own perspective, not the perspective of the Andromeda Council, but my own perspective. And I'm not changing this. I believe that the position of the United States government, the position of the government of England and other governments, but primarily the Western powers, especially as defined by the United States and Canada, officially, UFOs do not exist. And as long as they hold to that position, no matter what transpires, they will continue to come back and say, UFOs don't exist. The scientific community says that the Earth is only X thousands of years old, officially. And yet scientists today are discovering things on this planet that go back millions of years. Another example, I have a good friend of mine who's in Tucson. And his father absolutely does not and did not believe in any of the things that we're discussing in this conversation, nor would he believe in an extraterrestrial. You could put a man from my home planet, Dakota, or someone from Venus in front of him and say, sir, meet this person who is from Venus or Dakota. Meet this gentleman. And he would say, what E.T.? And we would stand around going, look at this proof. There is this man from this planet. He'd say, what man from what planet? Oh, I just see a human. So I'm making these analogies and these points to say that I don't believe we will ever see any of the predominant governments pre-announcing or pre-disclosing, yes, we acknowledge there is extraterrestrial life. However, my only caveat to that is, we might likely see some kind of acknowledgement, either in one of two scenarios. A, some bad guy ETs, the remaining few reptilians from the Draco constellation, the ones from Orion, from Sirius B, other organic ETs that are doing some collaboration with them. We may see them attempt to stage a false attack, and somebody may attempt to say, oh, look at the ETs that are coming from space to attack us, as a way of trying to gain some kind of control. Well, first of all, they're not coming from outer space. They're already here, stuck on this planet. Second of all, my final point is, the powers that be gain nothing from changing their position and acknowledging there's extraterrestrial life. As long as they hold the position, extraterrestrial life doesn't exist, UFOs don't exist, they don't have to change their position. The other possible scenario is, at some point in time in the future, just before our extraterrestrial brothers, the good ones, make themselves well known, or at the moment they are making themselves well known, some government powers may acknowledge that that's happening. But that's not the same as disclosure. That's my perspective on that topic. I'd certainly like to hear both from Dan and Joe on this one as well. And this is the kind of conversation we could have with 7, 10, or 12 other guys, hearing everybody's perspective on this one. But there's only 4 of us, so guys, I want to hear it.
Well, I'll say something really, really quick here about the nature of these extraterrestrials and our connection with them. My original segue into learning about the true nature of my reality and who I am and what everything around me is came about through an interest in UFOs and in the presence of ETs and UFOs here on planet Earth. And in the process of exploring that and then going to the next level and the next level and the next level, I came across a lot of material that people have done research. And I was particularly drawn to a Dr. John Mack of Harvard University psychologist, who wrote a number of books about the subject of ET abduction scenarios and ET interactions. And he specifically identified in his final book that it was an individual experience, and that individual experience was transformative for that particular person. I think disclosure is a personal process to me, and you could say it would be great if we had disclosure in larger society, but my personal opinion is I don't think it would be particularly useful. For a number of reasons. I think that the process really is an individual process. And once that aspect of it is addressed, then a driving desire we've got to get this information out and make the public aware, and countries have to acknowledge that, this, I think that's coming in time. But I think that for right now, for me, it has been a personal experience of disclosure to myself.
And if I am to chime in here, I would say that I agree with that aspect. I would go a step further and say that what we're going through right now on the planet, and some people call it the ascension process, and whatever you want to call it, we're all at different, and I hate to use the word level, but for sake of conversation, we're all at different levels of understanding, perspective, awareness, all the things we talked about earlier in the show. And so depending where the individual is at their particular level of awareness is what you're going to believe, as Tolec alluded to just a minute ago. And so as this planet shifts and as we ascend upward and we become more aware, those who have a soul contract that's otherwise, like, for instance, if it's somebody that's not ready to ascend, if say they want to learn more lessons, if that's their belief system, because again, it comes back to, what did you come here for? I really believe that we're spiritual beings living out a human experience.
Yes.
And so as we're experiencing and we're reincarnating, if you will, then where is your level of consciousness and your awareness? If you're not ready for it, you're not going to believe in it. So I really think part of this shift, part of this ascension is many people are going to leave this planet because they're not ready for that. And the people that stay are going to be ready for the next step. And part of that next step is to become aware, which many of us already know. We just want the proof in physicality. I really believe that we are going to be seeing these ETs, if you will. Another thing we're going to learn is we are ETs, and it's all within our DNA. And all these aspects we talked about, we're multidimensional beings, and it's all within our DNA. And so what we align ourselves to, well, I'm a Syrian, I'm an Andromedan, I'm a Pleiadian. Whatever you align your self to, your DNA, I really believe, is going to shift into that. And so energetically, I know that Maarten, he mentioned earlier that he can see energies or auras around people. And so as you raise in your vibration, not only can you see the auras around people, they shape shift in front of you. When I was out in Laughlin, Nevada at a MUFON conference, my friend Terry and I, we're walking next to this lady, and we both turned around and saw energetically her tail. She was reptilian. And she wasn't a bad reptilian, because I really believe, again, in polarity, there are good and bad. She was a positive race, if you will, but in that region of the world, my energies was so much higher that my spectrum of visual acuity widened, and I was able to see more than what I typically could, say, from the East Coast. Yes. And so the corroboration was that we both saw the same thing at the same time, and we looked at each other, and we both pointed and said, "Did you see at the same time her tail?" And not only that, but Terry felt it because she kind of whipped her, and she did it on purpose. The lady knew she was reptilian. She kind of like just tapped her butt with her tail, and we're both going, "Are you kidding me?"
That's great.
And so just with personal experience, I really believe that we, as the planet raises in vibration, there's going to be a shift, and and I don't want to call it, I hate to use the word separation because all are really one, truly. But for the sake of an experience, we separated ourselves, and we've also made ourselves forget who we truly are, and for the purpose of the experience. So there's going to be an illusion and a deception to one another that we are separating from the herd, so to speak. And that's the old saying in the Bible, the biblical term, we're separating the wheat from the chaff, you know? And so as those of us that are ready to graduate, if you will, and again, there's no judgment, nobody's better or worse, it's just a time thing. It's just a personal thing. It's like each journey's different. So I really think that that is part of it. I think another part is that at a grassroots level, for those that are meant to wake up, that's where what we talked about earlier also, and tying this all together, the Facebook and all the other things, people that are meant to see things, to raise in an awareness, they're going to be drawn to particular posts or events or, people to raise in their vibration to reach where they've come to reach at that particular moment. And so as you're tying it all together, that's what these earth changes are all about. The earth is changing also. And all the negativity from all the Civil War and the World Wars and Vietnam and the Korean War, all these things are a lower vibration, just like us walking into a bar and attracting that negativity that Dan talked about earlier. We light workers have answered the call. Planet Earth, years and years and years ago, put out this please come help me type of a thing. And within this illusion, this experience, we've come here to assist in raising the vibration by virtue of raising our own vibration. And by doing that, it's like a domino. And all of a sudden, these lights across the planet go on and up. And we help each other. The planet is helping us. We're helping the planet. And as we do this and we're staying in sync with one another, we're shifting. And so you can see it in the media. You can see it on the posts on NASA or on Facebook about NASA saying, NASA says that we're going to find ETs within 20 years. If there is marijuana on an asteroid or on another planet, that means there's life on other planets. Or when I was a kid, we were looking for a microbe. Here we are finding marijuana. Now we're finding water. And I used to say if there's water on anywhere, then there's life. All these subtle hints. It's in the movies that we're watching, and so I'm saying that we're in a disclosure right now. It's subtle, it's slow moving, but it's going to happen eventually. But I think it's going to come from a grassroots. I believe what Tolec said, that it's not the government's not going to come out, because those who are holding that hand, if they play that last card, that's the end game. Right there, done. Because even if, say, the negative ones come out and say, oh my gosh, there's a staged false flag, guess what? That's it. The game's over.
That's right. That's right.
So they're kind of in a quandary right now. The way I see it is like they're damned if they do, damned if they don't. And so it's just time marching on. And really, I really, honestly, truly believe that in a short period of time, it is game over. And so it's like somebody that can play chess and can see 5 hands or 5 steps ahead. Those that don't know that don't see it, but those that have that vision go, oh, the game's over. It's just a matter of going through the process of taking the steps.
Right, the gig's up. There's and you guys may know this woman's name, Carol
Rosen.
Carol
Thank
Rosen,
you.
yes.
Yes, and she said, and I'm going to paraphrase, because of her conversations with Willy Warner Braun, he said, the 5th one, the last card that will drop, is a fake alien invasion.
Right.
That's and like you said, Joe, there's no other card to play. Because once that one's on the table, even if it's fake, then all the questions come up. People start demanding answers. Even if it's faked, people start demanding answers. And at that point, it's my belief, they won't take the excuses anymore.
Exactly.
That's that transparency that is going on right now. Part of me in a situation like that, I'd want to climb to the top of the tallest building I could find and get a megaphone and scream out, "I told you so."
Exactly.
Right.
But the other part of me says, you know what, this is I'm expecting this. And I think for the average person on this planet now that has at least some awareness of the information about the nature of our physical universe that mainstream science and education and the media has provided us, it's pretty hard to maintain an argument that this is the only planet in which there is life, and there has to be a diversity of life throughout the entire universe. But the official acknowledgement of that is a point at which the veil drops, at which there is a perceptiveness of and questions about, well, who are we? What is our relationship to these other beings? And what does that mean? And the bounty of questions, a lot of people, if you're doing the work, you may feel comfortable. You may feel okay with that. For those that are maybe not doing the work, they're here for a different mission, yes. But I think for some it will cause some difficulties.
Yeah, and
religious implications.
Implications. Oh yeah. And if, as an example, if there was some kind of, and typically that's how this topic is discussed. Richard Dolan goes at length about this topic. If there were official disclosure, and official means by a governmental body, my first question would be, and you guys have lied to us for how long? Now, how many lies this is you told us?
Exactly.
I mean, talk about the wall coming down. The questions that would be pointed at, the Western governments of, the U.S. and Canada. I think the UK, Martin. I think the UK just opened their UFO files recently and said,
yes,
here they are. And Paul Hellyer out of Canada has been doing an amazing job talking about the reality of extraterrestrial life. And he's only talking about organic extraterrestrial life. Amazing, what will happen when more and more people like us start to talk about their knowledge and their reality of either higher density or higher dimensional beings. The people that aren't quite comfortable talking today, that the number of those people will increase as time goes on, without a doubt.
Yes.
Without a doubt.
I would like to steer the conversation into, if you agree, gentlemen. By the way, what you all said was just exactly what I'm thinking, combined, all three together. But what I want to go in the direction is concerning let's say the power struggle. It's not a struggle, but the light forces are penetrating the dark. So disclosure is actually also love, light and truth, creation, intelligence is one energy, okay? And destruction and the absence of light is darkness, okay? These reptilian beings have fear, they have no energy, they have no light, okay? So the light and the dark are playing this game out on this planet. Now, what I specifically want to ask the three of you is this end game between light and dark, or let's say the dissolvement of the dark, because the more light is being shown on the dark, the weaker the dark becomes. And so how do you gentlemen see this unfolding, this and especially within the governments and in the geopolitical situation, also concerning the BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa, and other Latin American countries and Asian countries, and the West? Who wants to answer first?
Well, that was a really loaded question there, Martin. My head was going in 14 different directions as you were talking. I'm like, okay, we got to cover this. Oh, wait, we got to cover that. And so, what was you wanted to steer the conversation? What was the first thing you said?
Well, what I said is concerning this, the more light and the more love that is being coming to the planet, as the dark is becoming visible. It's already being disclosed.
Right. So this is about about the yin and yang energy. Yes, and so it's not really dissolving one, it's just balancing out, because really everything is energy, and it's on the perspective. That's what we've been talking about. This whole show is about perspective. And so from one's perspective of good and bad, you could look at it as though the bad is now losing its foothold on humanity, the planet, their control, all that kind of stuff. But if you look at it from an energetic standpoint, all it is a balancing of the light, because everything is vibration. It's your perspective in duality of hot, cold, good, bad, up, down. And so, again, this is depending on where the person's perspective is how we can answer that question. And so, again, from the highest perspective, I look at, if this is truly an illusion we've self-imposed on everybody, including ourselves, then we have free will or free choice to steer in each person, each individual, but collectively also in humanity, what direction we're going in every moment of every now.
Yeah. So,
although I think there is a template that has been put forward that says that, okay, we've played this particular video game, so to speak, out, and it's time for it to end, and we're just about at the end of that particular game. So how it unfolds, there are very, very, very many variables that will allow that to unfold. It's really difficult to predict, let me put it that way. But what I will say is we're definitely going to have some earth changes, and the way you can tell how soon something's going to be big as a shift is paying attention to nature. And so when you see whales that are beaching themselves, or birds dropping out of the sky, or fishes that no one's ever seen before that are beaching or dying and ended up on the shores. Now, some people may call it's Fukushima. Yeah, it could be, but it could also be these volcanic vents that are under the ocean, deep in the ocean, that haven't erupted. And so all of a sudden, these things that are way down deep, miles deep in the ocean, get blasted with this heat that they're not used to because it's so cold and dark there, that all of a sudden they die and they wash up on shore. And so when you pay attention to nature, that's being in tune with the earth. And so you're going to be able to see what's about to happen, not to mention the volcanoes, the earthquakes, and how your body feels. If you pay attention to your body, which is your guidance system through this thing we call life, then you know, when I feel, I can tell you right now, like when I have an impending feeling, like something, like I get all nervous and shaky, and I know something on the earth is going to happen, and I'll text somebody, and I'll be like something, and then I almost get an impression of when it's going to happen. So like when that tsunami hit and Fukushima happened in Japan in January, I was telling people I have this severe angst about me. And it's going to be around March 22nd or somewhere. I just had this. I knew it was in March. I knew something big like 9/11 was going to happen, and I did a radio show, a couple of them in January before that happened, and that's what happened. And so I'm having a similar feeling right now. And again, I don't want to put out doom and gloom, but I'm just putting this out as a perspective that I really think something's going to happen, and I can even give you the month, but I don't know that it's going to be natural or if it's going to be a false flag, but something big like this is going to happen. And I really think it's going to be in September. So
fascinating information. I want to. There's a couple of things here that I heard mentioned that I want to make just a couple of quick comments about. One of my experiences, which it seemed it took me a number of years to really embrace this experience as to its true significance to me, and the ultimate development of my consciousness and expansion of spirituality, is I had a near-death experience back in the 1980s in which my deceased father had come to me and had given me a gift of going into the universe and experiencing what it was like to be in one with everything in the totality of existence, forwards in time, backward in time, in the present, in every aspect of the universe. And this experience, basically, the first thing I said, I remember when I came out of it, is, well, if that's what death is like, we have absolutely nothing to fear. In one of the concepts about the idea of a dark and light forces at odds with each other, obviously for us as human beings, that yin and yang energy is necessary for the process of growth. If we don't have an experience that we have to transcend, that we have to transform and transmute a situation into a new level of awareness, a new understanding, or a new aspect of ourselves, that dark and light energy concept is important for that aspect of who we are, for the evolution of who we are as human beings. In a larger sense, the dark and the light exist in a uniform way, at least from my experience. So as you ride up that hierarchical ladder of consciousness and awareness, you see every good event and every bad event on an equal playing field as having a relationship to each other and having as much significance and importance separately and together. So
Exactly.
that there's less of this distinction between, we have the good has to overcome evil. Well, what I think we're looking at is a situation where, yes, we have individual missions to look at bringing the light into our life and transform all of these things that are non-beneficial to us and to our individual spiritual journey. But in a larger sense, the whole of humanity, in having this battle with the dark, or the light with the dark, we're going to reach a point where there's always going to be a battle in physical beings between the light and the dark, between what we consider beneficial and non-beneficial. It's just going to move to another level. We're going to move up that hierarchical ladder of consciousness and awareness, and the things that we're going to be concerned with, that we have that contrast between, well, this is beneficial or this is not.
Right.
We rise up to a new level. So it's not a matter for me of conquering the dark. It's a matter of a transition, a transformation of one energy into another, and then the development of consciousness to a higher level.
Perfect. T?
Oh boy.
As Captain Picard is saying in the Next Generation series, tea a grey hot to the replicator.
Yes.
Yes, quite.
We can beam you out of here if you would like, Tolec. We'll just ask Scotty to take you right out of here.
Yeah, thank you. And I've actually felt that way sometimes, many times actually, on this planet. The totality of me in this human body in this lifetime, but more importantly, the core essence of who I am, I really have no concept of war, of killing. It's so foreign to the essence of who I am that when I come back from my different higher dimensional trips to places like on the Andromeda Council, the various different biospheres and other places I've been, I get back here and I go, why am I back here on this crazy planet? Because part inherent to the question that Maarten is asking has to do with governments, which are made up of people which have egos to different degrees, greater egos or lesser egos, people who want more control, people who don't care about control, people who have oil, people who have money, people who want oil, and ad infinitum. I believe that due to the changes, the geopolitical changes that are happening on this planet, as an example, you raised the issue of the BRICS. Well, there's not only the BRICS New Development Bank, but there's now also the Asia Infrastructure Bank. So part of this 3D world's changes that we might not have even thought of 10 or 12 years ago, we are seeing a direct competitive system set up, juxtaposed against the IMF and the World Bank. And these countries, and apparently a lot of countries have signed up for the BRICS New Development Bank. They're basically saying, we're not going to allow the United States corporate government and the powers that run that business, we're not going to allow them to use the US dollar to control us anymore. So, in fact, what we have happening is an evolution of, I'll try to speak plainly, the evolution of this country as being the global power that be. At least in the interim, for however long these changes happen, that if what is being predicted happens, then the US dollar and the US corporate government will no longer have the power and the sway that it used to have. How does that change or affect us as people? Probably not much, because we are 7 billion people on this planet. My life is different than Joe Mara's, who's different than Dan Brock's, who's different from people in England, Ireland, Spain, Italy, Argentina, China, Russia. We may be a collective consciousness, but as individuals on this planet, I don't see life changing that much until certain cosmic events triggering major Earth events, triggering the fall of lands, the literal fall of lands, the fall of governments. This is just me personally. I don't see massive changes happening until actually massive change happens on a large scale. And I think those kinds of changes will actually empower people from all over the planet to say, no more. It's no longer business as usual, because you know what? Our federal government really can't help us. They can't do anything about volcanoes popping off. They can't do anything about, as an example, the movie San Andreas is a visual representation of what could happen if a magnitude 9, 10, 11, 12 earthquake went off in the San Andreas fault line, which would trigger other sister faults. The federal government can't do a damn thing about that happening when it happens, because it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. They can't. So the reality is, and I'm not trying to preach here, but what I guess the message I'm trying to send is, I think what each of us can do to improve the quality of our lives is focus on those things that we love doing, be as kind and loving to other people as we can be on a moment-by-moment, day-to-day basis, positively affect other people that we can affect, that we interact with. Whenever you have a moment, do small acts of kindness and live your lives, because ultimately when changes of this kind of magnitude and scale happen, there's nothing you can do a thing about it. Nothing. And as Dan has accurately said, and I'll speak more plainly, the moment of organic death, absolutely nothing to fear. The moment of organic death is completely painless. Completely, based on what I've been taught from my Andromeda Council contacts. And that there is a world of life, 4D, 5D, 6D, which is primarily energy-based and there's no form at all. Our mutual friend Mark Kimmel says, Tolec, I've had all these experiences, and the beings I've met with have told me that 99% of life out there is energetic, is higher density or higher dimensional, and a lot of them don't even know about this. So this is like there are millions of lives out there in different dimensions and different universes and different star systems that don't even know about us little organic turtles kind of crawling along. So
it's funny you say that, Tolec. two points that just popped up in my head. One was when Terry and I was channeling one time. We were tuning into the Anunnaki the one time, and to make a long story short, I looked at them and I said, because she shape shifts while I'm looking at her, and she's this huge being, and I said, so who gives you the right to dictate what goes on this planet? And now, mind you, this was years ago when we were in a different energy, and they looked at me and they said, you have to realize that we look at you like you look at bugs.
Right.
And in an instant, I was like, holy crap. We walk the sidewalks and we might crush ants or crickets or grasshopper, and we just many times don't even know that they're there. And so there are many beings that are out there that they don't focus their attention towards us because they just don't know where we even exist. So that's one thing. Two, when we were channeling the Arcturians for the first time the other day, they almost had to manifest themselves. How could I describe it? It was an energetic, humanoid-looking being, but it was all energy. Right. And the only reason, there were like wisps of light going around, but I think for the purpose of my comfort and Terry's comfort, they presented themselves as a really skinny, literally light being. It looked like a human form, but it was light. Made of light.
Yes.
That was so to corroborate what you're saying. And that was just the other day.
We have the Andromeda Council. Matter of fact, the oldest, most senior race of the Andromeda Council has members that are 6th dimensional through 9th dimensional that are Arcturians, and they are all about love. Period.
Yes, for sure.
And I understand that they've been sending an enormous amount of,
oh my gosh, yes,
like love healing energy to this planet during this time of change that we're in.
Yes, that's what I'm getting to.
Yeah.
You know, an important thing about what Tolec just said is the idea of this healing energy coming in, and the earth changes that are going on are opening up the access to that energy, and every individual has the ability to ask for that healing energy for themselves, both from the earth and from the universal healing energy that we can connect to. And that's simply a process of asking for that, setting that intention that you are going to connect with Mother Earth and bring up healing energy from Mother Earth and bring in healing energy from the greater universe. There are so many beings out there that they are devoted entirely to radiating that healing energy to all corners of the universe where it is needed. And you can get to that very easily if you set that intention. So if you have, as an individual, something you want assistance with, be it a physical ailment, emotional, whatever, ask for some assistance and then look for the signs, look for the information that's going to come to you that can give you the answers. And it can come in the form of synchronizations. The other thing is, I just want to mention to something we were talking about earlier very briefly, is the idea that we're sort of programmed culturally with an identity of this polarization between light and dark, and in the process of transforming and transmuting into these higher vibrations as a result of the changes that are coming through on planet Earth, we're going to be moving towards a more galactic identity, a universal identity. And that is something that humans need to begin to think about, and to think about themselves in terms of their sovereignty, their individual sovereignty, and our sovereignty as the native species of this planet, as a sentient species. Sovereignty for humanity relative to the rest of the universe, I think, is perhaps the biggest challenge that we're going to face in the coming centuries. One other thing I'll mention too, Tolec did discuss the concept of the signs, the information that's out there to tell you that things are changing. I was mentioning earlier the concept of Pluto and Capricorn, and that the United States is going to be going through a Pluto return very soon. When a transiting planet, a planet that exists in the current time space, is coming into close proximity to a natal planet, and that's the location of the planet in the heavens or in the astrological signs at the time of the event and the defined time of the event.
Correct.
We're going to be coming up to, in February, March of 2017, by the definitions of astrology, for many, the first point of conjunction of Pluto with our natal Pluto of the United States with Pluto as it is in the astrological location now. And so if you want to look towards a time where we may begin to see some transformation, especially in the United States, certainly right now all over the world it's the case, but especially for the United States, in the next 2 years, 2.5 years, we're going to begin seeing waves of changes that are going to happen.
I want to talk, if you don't mind, I want to talk about a piece of information which is contemporary, which is directly relevant to this topic of the energy. Without using the word astrology, I'll stay away from it. But it's consistent, Dan, with what you're talking about. There was a gentleman recently, I don't know, within the past 3 weeks or month, or I don't know exactly when, but as I intuitively get on the web every once in a while, beyond my own work research, I saw this video. This man was talking about a potential catastrophic earthquake happening in California a few days ago. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, but in any case, what I remember happening as I watched this video is that he was showing, because of the 3D software he was showing what happens when planets form certain alignments. And from Joe and Dan and other people that we know, we would call these configurations geometric figures. I saw a variety of planets that were lined up as isosceles triangles. I'm like, well, that's interesting, because we not only have planetary alignments, but there's certain magnetic energies that create a cause and effect from one planet to the next. In any case, to make a long story short, as I ramble here, this man basically said, given the alignments of these planets that we're seeing and some energy going between the moon and the earth, there's a pretty good chance that we're going to have an earthquake in California on June the 4th or the 5th. Well, from what I understand, the kind of earthquake he was talking about didn't happen. Interestingly enough, the next day, a 7.8 earthquake hit in Japan. A. B. It was the deepest recorded earthquake they have ever had. Now, if you look at this planet, relatively speaking, the California coast is not that far from Japan. And it happened one day after this gentleman said it would. And his,
you know what?
And
Look,
his, and his reasoning was there's certain energies, magnetic pushes and pulls that happen. Dan, you would call it astrology.
Mm-hmm.
That there's certain magnetic energies pushing and pulling that takes place when planets align or cause or create certain configurations. Sorry to interrupt, Joe. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I saw what you're talking about. I thought it was May 28th that he predicted that, and that the next day, you're right, it was like a 7.8 or something right off of Japan, deep in the ocean, and that also he predicted a similar event years and years ago, and he had predicted it a particular date, but I think it was 3 days after. And so he had said that. And so anytime I have a knowing or a prediction about something,
sure.
I typically, or even like say the summer solstice. If you're thinking something's going to happen, say on that day, 3 days before and 3 days after is when that is a time frame of transition and change. And so, to me, it's been like that my whole life, and so I still thought he was right on, even though he didn't get the exact day. I mean, within a day, come on.
Right. That's my point. That's my
right.
point. And again, relatively speaking, given the context of the whole planet, Japan is not that far from the coast of California.
Right.
And it happened 7.8, and it happened on a little out island, one that was not populated at all. I mean, on some, few people, but it didn't happen in Tokyo. They felt it in Tokyo. They felt it in other islands and other cities. But yeah, I'm like, wow, that's something worth paying attention to. It's again, there are markers that I tend to look for that show either a pattern or a trend of a continuation of events, and that's one of them.
Yeah. I just want to touch on what Dan said a little bit ago. Dan, you were saying about the beings that are sending this loving energy, and so individuals that pray for other people and send energy, that energy is almost like it's encased around the person for when they're ready to accept it or ask for it. So many times, the one thing we forget to do is ask, just like you were saying.
Yeah.
And the second thing is accept. And so there's this energy that people are praying for, and this was a lesson that Terry and I learned early on, because we knew this person that was enlightened, that was out there, and he was putting out some really good stuff, but we also could tell that there was a negative influence that was an entity that was kind of attacking this person. And so early on we're like, oh, well, we need to help this person, and of course we're gung-ho about it. And we learned early, this, of course, like I said, this is through the process, is that you can't just do that. Because of free will, you can't change what's going on with that person, and that's why the ETs won't come here either.
That's right.
It's all about free will. So I learned, and so did Terry, a hard lesson that, okay, well, look, we can't ever do that again, because we tried to help by sending love and light and manipulating the situation, but got told that, look, this is inappropriate. This person is this is a free will zone, and yes, you can send them energy, but you can just send it and allow it, and that's it. And when they're ready for it, it's there for them. And so, again, it's part of the process. And so if I was to judge myself, I was, I was just young and dumb at the time. But now, looking back, it was a valuable experience to know that I wouldn't want my free will infringed upon. And so, it was just a lesson that I learned, and I thought I would just add to what you said about the energies that people send. It's not just ETs and other beings, but each other, as we pray for one another, as we send the energy out there with positive intent, it's there for the person, but we have to accept it and we have to be ready for it and ask for it.
Absolutely. You know, I one of the tenets of the approach I take to doing any kind of work with myself, with accessing any kind of information in the universe, I've been learning for a number of years now the process of dowsing. If you're not familiar with dowsing, my recommendation would be to go to a website called lettertorobin.org, and there is a very well, simply laid out website, a very well constructed description of dowsing and how dowsing can be used for a number of different things. But one of the important aspects of dowsing, and this is using your physical body as a resonator for information, one of the important things about dowsing, and I apply this to everything, is to ask permission for the information that you're going to get or that you're seeking, or for the action that you're
Yes.
trying to do.
Yes.
And so, should I, may I,
Right.
can I, should I take this action at this time? Is this the appropriate thing for me to do? May I? Do I have the permission of people that are involved, myself, other entities, beings, the earth, whatever it is that's involved? Do I have their permission for that? And the last one is, can I? Do I have the skills to do this? Do I really have the ability to accomplish what I'm setting out to do? And when you get responses through the dowsing that says yes to those, then you have some level of assurance that you're approaching something with enough of an understanding of going in at the right level, going in with the best possibility of having a positive outcome from whatever it is you're trying to, accomplish.
Exactly. Martin,
Yes, brother.
you've been quiet for a while.
I've been intensely listening to what your guys were saying, and I'm so focused on listening actually. But I would suggest that we all have a cup of tea or something else, and then we'll come back with more questions, because I have some questions in store for the three of you. And you, Joseph, do you have some questions for after the music?
The only thing I would say is I got to see if Tolec and Dan, I respect everybody's time, and I just want to make sure, because I know we've been on here for several hours here. So
This is Tolec. I'm probably good for another half hour or so.
Okay. And you, Dan?
I'm relatively open, so I'll leave that up to you guys.
Okay. So.
Okay, great.
Would you guys prefer a little break also?
I'm okay. We can keep going. At least
sure.
for me, I'm all right.
Yeah, I'm good.
Dan?
I'm fine. I'm
Okay.
fine. If you want to continue now or we want to take a break, it's up to you guys.
Well, let's have a little break then. 5 minutes, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Alright then. What I'm gonna play is The Call of Shiva, Volume 2, 2005, with Jurjati from Indra. Stay tuned on ET First Contact Radio. Don't go away. right, beautiful music from Indra. Now we are continuing with our panel discussion with Dr. Joseph Marra. Dan is here with us, and Tolec, of course. Welcome.
And let's not forget
myself, Maarten Horst, the host of ET vs. Contact Radio, transmitting live from Finding Voices Radio, the station where we are all connected. Founded by Jeroen Guijs, my friend from Zwijndrecht in the Netherlands, and he is asleep right now, but he is making this broadcast possible.
So, questions?
Joseph, do you have a question?
No, I'm going to leave that up to you, Maarten.
Yeah.
Okay. No, wow. Okay. Right. So, we are all connected. We are life forms from different energies, different modalities, sentient beings from all over the cosmos. We are here incarnated in this physical body. We have a consciousness. We have lives. We are connecting now with the medicine wheel for people on this broadcast. Many people listening afterwards also on YouTube. This will be available very soon on YouTube in a few hours. That's the good news. Now, we continue with good news because we want to make people aware, all of us. And also the listeners are doing the same. Otherwise you won't be listening. And of course I can see that there are about 4 or 5 secret services listening. So those guys are also interested in what we are saying. Now, I'm going to formulate my question. We are all connected. We are energy. We are life forms, sentient beings living on this planet. The ascension process is happening. It's started actually decades ago, or even longer. But now we are approaching a tipping point of energies, dimensions, awakenings in people. Any comments? Bless you.
Well, I guess I could comment first, Maarten, is that, I feel these things in waves of almost like a roller coaster going up and down. And every time I feel like we've reached this tipping point, we go back down and then we start climbing again. And so the way the universe works is it's pretty subtle and it ebb and flows just like that. And so I just have a feeling, though, eventually there's going to be a crescendo of an event. Like we're almost going up and down, and it gets faster, faster, faster. And then all of a sudden we hit that big dip. And that's the so-said tipping point. And then it just gets magnified exponentially thereafter. And so like we mentioned, like if, say, the a false flag happens or disclosure happens or one little thing like, I mean, so much is going to change overnight. I mean, free energy is going to be available because how did they get here? And, their propulsion system is free energy, and just on and on and on and on. And the culture is going to change. The religion's going to change. The financial, it's all going to change almost in the blink of an eye if we were to look back. Because right now, as we look back over the last 10 years, or even if we pan out even further, 100 years, look where we've come from. In say the early 1900s, the Wright brothers just started they developed and flew a plane. And so look where we are today in the technology and our awareness. I mean, it's not just the technology, because that in and of itself is just crazy amazing to me, with like cell phones and iPads and just everything, to our consciousness and how we view our surroundings, our universe. I mean, with the advent of the telescope and the microscope, and look what has been going on in science and finding new planets and finding worlds with water on them. And like I said, I mean, there's so much that has happened. And so I really think that as we move forward, things are going to just keep going exponentially. And I think this is all part of that unveiling or the lifting of the truth that we've had this kind of these blinders on ourselves that, again, they were self-imposed for the purpose of the experience, and we're pulling ourselves out of the quagmire, so to speak. And as we're able to get out of this quicksand and start to run faster and faster and faster, I mean, it's a sense of freedom. And it's just like, then the sky's the limit. It's like less restrictions, less limitations. Where do you want to go? What do you want to do? All the barriers get dropped, and we become truly free. And so that's the feeling that I get that's going to unfold before us. That's how I feel.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Joe, I understand what you're trying to express in terms of the different events that are happening and how, geez, you know, even if we just follow a lot of the discussion that's happening on the web, you know, we have this new electronic communication tool called the internet, the World Wide Web. Now, this is the year 2015. This thing started to have sort of a life force, what, like 2000, 2001, 2, you know, where people were starting to use it. Now it's like the global communication tool. And it's not only something that people use, you know, we sit in front of our laptops and use it, but people are using the web in their handheld phones. This world has changed a lot, even in the past 15 years.
Wireless.
Yeah, wireless.
You're not tied to a wall.
It's really amazing if you look at the analogous situation between the nature of the internet and what it means to our physical lives and our totality of our life as human beings. And at the same time, the opening up of a higher connection to higher consciousness as a result of the changes that are going on this planet and with humanity. And it's interesting, you know, from a name standpoint, that the internet comes to us via Ethernet. And ether and net. And ether was the term that was used to describe in the, you know, last century of science, that space that we don't know what it is, but it must be something because it's got to be something because it can't be nothing. And it's interesting that Ethernet, that indefinable space and the network to it, is the name of the physical mechanism that connects everybody, or it connects the servers, I should say,
right,
through the internet.
Good
and
point.
It's fascinating that the internet is a portal of consciousness. It's a portal of information and therefore a portal of consciousness that you can access to get connected to other people, to explore and expand your awareness of different ideas, different concepts, different religions, different people's places, thoughts, whatever. And it doesn't exist until you activate it. The internet doesn't come to you, you go to the internet. You have to make that conscious decision to go and look for something and to type in the search words, you know, so to speak, you know, higher consciousness, type that in and see what it brings you in the internet. And it doesn't exist until to you, and in reality it doesn't exist until it's in front of you and you see it in that form of electrons, light coming to you as information.
Yes, and you know what? One more step to this process is that's a reflection of what we can do as humans. We just don't know it yet. But it's a reflection. It's like a stepping stone to see our truest or highest potential. And so it's a tool that's going to catapult us further and further and further.
Absolutely. And it operates in a very strong symbolic, through a symbolic mechanism, with your understanding of connecting with ideas and connecting with thoughts. And as individuals begin to have that notion of expanding consciousness and awareness, you can literally, when you're working in those non-physical spaces, it can be like working with the internet. You can go and ask for information, and that information can come to you if it's appropriate for you to receive it, and you meet those conditions. Can I, should I, may I? If you meet those conditions, the information that's going to come to you is coming from the universal internet.
Yeah, and the more that each of us, because we are familiar with the concept of levels or growth, the more that we grow, and the more that our vibration and frequency an awareness raises, the more information we're able to tap into. And actually,
understand.
Yeah, and also the more feelings we're able to tap into as well.
Absolutely, and that it's that larger context in which we can begin to expand our awareness and become more discerning as a result of that larger context. One of the things I'll tell you is I really wanted to make a bumper sticker that says "Challenge all BS," but underneath that it says "Belief systems." And
Yeah.
I thought this is kind of the way to, I think for myself, a way to approach this is I can have a belief system, and I have belief systems about so many things, but at each moment I could challenge my belief system, and at the very least stay open to what new information can come into me that will alter that belief system. Yeah. And it's certainly been a developing evolutionary process I've gone through from, as a child and the things I experienced there, young adulthood, the material that I've read, and then beginning my own personal serious spiritual journey some 11 or 12 years ago. It has, well, I guess that's all I need to say, really.
Oh, we lost somebody. Joe, are you still here?
Joe?
Yep, I think Joe went away.
Yeah, we lost Joe. Yeah, Dan, this is Chris. It's been an honor and a treasure to call you friend and to a great degree brother, but I have watched you evolve over the years. I've been able to be a willing participant in your growth, and it's been an amazing process to watch, being your friend and being an observer as well.
This is so very true, and you have catalyzed a lot of my growth processes and the evolution of and the development of my belief systems and expansion and changing and shifting, and we've had discussions back and forth over the years that I think has helped, maybe both of us in
absolutely,
in that process of gaining insights. It's just so wonderful when you have someone that you can share ideas with of this esoteric nature.
Yes.
But I've also discovered when I'm around in the public with anybody, I will say anything it occurs to me to say, without the idea that I need to mitigate it with, well, they're not going to appreciate me, and it's going to make a difficult situation. I try to encapsulate it in a way that sets an example where when somebody hears these kinds of concepts, that it's not alien, it's no pun intended, it's not unusual to experience it. And so in me being sort of open about discussing these kind of topics, it basically breaks down the boundaries that people have about these subjects, and especially if I've done my work on myself to correct the issues that I have that relate to my history as a conscious being on this planet.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And I certainly understand what you're saying. I see Joe here. I'm going to add him back in. Let's see. Maybe we'll get him. I think we've got him. I too, as I mix in different circles of people, both professionally, socially, where I live, I have to monitor myself, what I say, what I choose to say. Are the topics that we're talking about here ever germane in open conversation in these different groups? Sometimes they are, and sometimes I'll chime in with some of the things that I know, and sometimes I'll just keep my mouth closed and observe what the guys around me know, what they're learning, what they're choosing to talk about.
Yeah. Listen, I'm gonna call you back. Let's get Joseph back on the show. Are you there, Joseph?
He's not in yet. I tried to reconnect him, and he's having a problem. He's having a problem with his phone.
Okay, I'm gonna hang up and call back. Okay.
Well, it's not your end, Maarten. It's Joe's end.
I know, but if we all reconnect the whole call, then it will be better. I think. I have experienced this before with interviews.
Oh, okay, all right.
2 seconds. All right, my friends, we are gonna get back our 3 friends, Tolec, Dakota, and Joseph Marra. We called them now. Let's see what happened.
Okay.
All right. Well, you're here, Tolec. Dan,
Yes.
are you here?
I am here.
Yeah. Joseph's call is failed. So yeah, there's a problem on Joseph's end. Joe might want to close Skype, but completely close it and relaunch the application again. Maybe
Martin, I can tell you that based on Joe's location, where he is in that particular part of the country, he's had problems before.
Okay.
So it's on his end, without a doubt.
Right.
But he'll come find us again. Don't worry.
No worries. Okay. Well, gentlemen, this is a very interesting discussion, and I believe that this will be listened to from all over the world on the net once it's on YouTube. And I'm very inspired. Although, how do you say that? Nevertheless, it's 2:13 in the Netherlands. I'm going to stay up and edit the interview into YouTube and post it right away.
Okay. I think Joe. Let's see. I'm going to try to bring Joe back on because he just popped in again. Let's see if this reconnects him.
Yeah. Shall
Well,
I?
it's trying.
Yeah. You want me? You guys want me to play a little music until he's back, or what shall we do? We can.
Dan, I don't know about you, but I'm going to need to go pretty soon. I certainly don't want to leave until Joe comes back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm getting indications that Joe is back up.
Really? Okay. Yeah,
okay, I'm here. Okay, yeah. He's there. He's just communicating with me saying, he had an incoming call that dropped him off of the Skype call. So,
right.
Yeah, he should be coming back in now.
Okay. Joseph? Buddy?
Let's see. Maybe.
Oh, Joe.
Yes, he's going into the ether and the Ethernet.
Yes.
Yeah, he's still trying. Yeah, I will play a little music then. A few minutes.
Sure. Sounds good.
And give me a sign when he's back, okay?
Okay.
All right. Indra again, and something soothing, something calming. Whispers of Nature from 1999, Sylvania. Beautiful. Stay tuned, don't go away, because Joseph is coming back. Tolec, Dan and I, we're having amazing channel discussion. Stay tuned, brothers and sisters. What a beautiful morning, what a beautiful day, what a beautiful night. What a beautiful time to be alive. We are still live with my dear friends from all over the world and the cosmos. I just want to say that we love you. And we are still here. Tolec is here. And Dan is here. But Joe has lost the connection with his computer to the internet.
Yes.
But oh my, Tolec.
Well, we have some bad feedback here.
Oh, right, okay. I'm gonna solve it right now. Is it better right now?
Yes, and now I'm still hearing my voice.
You hear yourself? Okay. And now?
Let's find out. Okay, that sounds good.
Okay, and Dan, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, my friend. So, yes, now that Joe has no connection to the internet, maybe we should call it a night and thank all the listeners for being here and thank ourselves for being here. And because this was a beautiful broadcast, a beautiful transmission, with so much wisdom being shared from all four of us, right?
Yes, yeah, it's been.
Yes.
I've enjoyed it. It's been a pleasure. Every time I do one of these, I learn something from all of you guys that I happen to share my own knowledge with, and you share your knowledge with us, and it's just been a great conversation.
Yes,
And I've been especially honored to be part of this. I've done only a small number of interactions with other people interested in similar topics that have gone out for a wider audience and a wider distribution, and I really just am so grateful for it because it is allowing me to bridge that gap, which is me connecting with the larger community of humans. And I think if there was one thing I could say is to listen to your intuition and connect with your inner self, your self that knows the answers to what questions you're going to ask, and the whole universe will open up to you as a possibility.
Really well said. And Dan, you make a good point by focusing on the fact that we're here speaking with Maarten, who's in the Netherlands, and he's reaching people all across the world because of this technology today called the internet and the web. And geez, 12 years ago this wasn't even possible.
Oh, it's absolutely true.
Yeah, it's no phone. I mean, for the most part, no phones involved. We're just doing this through our computers.
Yes.
So, Maarten, thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure. I just want to extend my thanks to you and to Joe Marra, who arranged all of this. And Dan, buddy, thanks for joining us.
I am, again, so happy to be here. I want to thank Maarten as well. Thank you, and to thank Joe for this wonderful opportunity to interact and to share with other people. I'm so grateful for the work that Maarten is doing and the vast number of people across the planet that are benefiting, hopefully, from the information that's coming from his radio program.
Yes, gentlemen.
Absolutely.
And it's my honor to have this beautiful conversation with you guys, and I have learned a lot from all that is being said, and I want to thank you all for listening, my dear friends from all over the world. And what a beautiful energy we are in with this transmission, with this panel. And we send our love to Joe, who has lost his internet connection, and we send our love to the whole world and the whole universe. Love. Giving
Absolutely.
and receiving. My dear friends, this was Maarten Horst with Joseph Marra and two other guys.
Dan Brock.
And Tolec.
And Tolec.
And
as Joe would say, because I know he would say this, remember to experience light, love, and laughter.
Exactly. And laughter is the most important, actually.
Yes.
That's the true Trinity.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's it. And I have really enjoyed this, my friends, and I send my love all out to all of you. And I feel the connection with all of you. All who are listening, but especially with the four of us together. Hey, Joseph is back. Joseph is back. Okay,
Yes.
I'm gonna add him and we're gonna wrap it up, okay, guys?
Oh.
I see him.
Yeah,
Well,
add
yeah,
to call.
that's one thing.
Yeah. Joseph. My brother, are you here? Joseph. Dr. Joseph Marra, huh?
Good try. Let me give this one last shot. I'm dialing him right now
Okay.
because I've got the two of you guys. I mean, he's lit up green, but no.
Well,
Pennsylvania has swallowed him up.
Yeah.
Okay.
all right.
Brothers and sisters, with so much love to all. And,
Have a wonderful sleep when you get to bed, Martin.
yes, I will sleep until the morning hours.
Good.
And maybe I will see the sunrise when the YouTube will be finished.
Okay. Hey Dan, good night, buddy. You have a great evening.
Good night to you too. Good night to everyone, and a good day too. The next one that follows.
A beautiful morning.
Hey, good night, you guys.
Hey, there you are, my friend. Just at the okay, Joseph.
I had to shut my computer down and reboot everything in order to get back online for some reason.
Yeah, my brother, we are just wrapping up. I want to
Okay,
thank.
well, have a good night. Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure to be on here with you guys.
It was a pleasure from my heart, heartfelt thanks. And we go to sleep or to wake up or do our thing, and we'll always be connected. Much love to everybody.
Love back to you, Martin.
Thank you, Tolec. All good things.